Check 1, 2. Not. You don't hear it? Okay.
Seconds and you're good.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Okay, we are back on the record, and we are moving now on the agenda to item number 6. It is the hearing for complaint Ryan Moses versus Councilmember Joy Kimbrough. To begin, we always check to see we do not have any additional recusals. We have 2 recusals, Ms. Carpenter and
Mr. Savis is also recused.
Savis. Those are the recusals. I just have a disclosure. I saw in the witness list that I know Honorable Brenda Gilmore. We work together on a committee with the League of Women Voters. I've considered the matter, and her presentation as a witness or as a potential witness would not impact or influence my independent judgment, but I say it for purposes of just transparency. With that said, we can move on to the hearing. I believe both parties have received the procedures and that spell out how we'll proceed. We do start with, first of all, if there's any motions or stipulations, I'm not aware of any. And can we just have an identification of the parties and the council? Yes.
That please the board. My name is Ed Yarborough, and my son Charles Yarborough. We are counsel for Mr. Ryan Moses, and I did want to mention the possibility of a stipulation if that's appropriate.
Yes. Let me get identifications on the other side, and then we can move to that.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Madam Chairman, my name is Gary Kellar, and I and my son Davin Kellar are honored to represent Ms. Joy Kimbrough.
Thank you.
This morning I spoke briefly with Mr. Keller and floated the idea of just admitting all the exhibits that had previously been filed so that there wouldn't have to be individual admission
Right.
colloquy between us and the witnesses. I believe that was all right with Mr. Keller, unless I'm mistaken.
Actually, the name is Kellar, and that is correct.
Okay. So we're admitted for purposes of authenticity.
Yes.
Not relevance or anything else, just admitted for purposes of authenticity, so it comes in and we receive it.
And as an additional point, Madam Chairman, can I assume that the board has already reviewed those exhibits?
Yes, the materials were provided as soon as they were submitted to all the board members. We've had it for this amount of time, weeks. Yes, and we're a hardworking board, and I trust that everyone has looked at all of the exhibits.
And Madam Chairperson, I would say that I submitted a host of exhibits for consideration, not all of which are going to be used.
Yes.
However, I have winnowed them down, and I have notebooks for each member of the board to look at the exhibits individually. And that'll sort of speed things up.
And you'd like to provide those notebooks when you begin your presentation?
Upon my case in
Yes,
chief.
case in chief.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, so that is a stipulation. I hear there was agreement between council, so that will go into the record that they've stipulated as all authentic. We don't have an exhibit issue. Are there any other motions or stipulations?
I believe so.
Okay, so then we will go into, and as you know from the procedures, if you may, but not need, you do not need to provide an opening statement, and if you'd like to, we will start with the complaint.
Does the board prefer that I stand over here? Is that the way we do it?
I think for the audience, it would be best if you
Right.
use
Thank you.
that. Thank you.
May it please the ladies and gentlemen of the board, I am, as you probably know, more accustomed to being in a courtroom, so if I slip up and say, may it please the court, or call you a judge, I hope you'll forgive me for that.
You will be very forgiven, yes.
I wanted the board to understand that Mr. Yarbrough and I are not newcomers to the county. His great-grandfather, my grandfather, was a member of the Nashville City Council 100 years ago and served on the Public Safety Committee of that council. And on April 16 of 1973, in this very building on the 6th floor, I was sworn in as an assistant district attorney in the office of Tom Shriver, who was district attorney for our county for many years and also a judge, and in my estimation, a great Nashvilleian. My opening will be hopefully brief, and that's good news to the board, but it has to be thorough. In order to present the case that we expect to present today, we'll have to go back and examine a little bit of the actual dispute that's before the council, but not before the board. The board is only here to consider, as you know, what happened on apparently a telephone call back in April of this year. But the background for that is important, we believe. Mr. Ryan Moses, my client seated over here, was attempting to get a zoning change so that he could build a larger facility at the corner of Briley Parkway and Highway 12, Ashland City Highway as we call it, out in District 1, the district of the respondent, Ms. Kimbrough. He has an office on Cockrell Bend, and he was hoping that he might be able to move all of his offices over to the new location, but in order to do that, he needed a larger footprint than what was previously allowed by the zoning in that location. As a result of that, he applied for the zoning change, and obviously in our council makeup, the way we do things, that required him to go to the council person of that district, who at the time was Joy Kimbrough. Actually, I think she was the successor to the person that he approached first, to be specific. But without going into a great lot of detail of that, in April this year, there was a telephone call between my client and Ms. Kimbrough about this issue, and already on the table apparently was a $150,000, I don't want to call it a donation, I'm not sure exactly what it was. It was an offer to do something that had that value in the community in order to facilitate this zoning change. I understand that the state of Tennessee, through Speaker Sexton, is attempting to modify that sort of thing, because I'm old enough to remember Councilman Courtesy and the mess that we had 50 years ago with Mr. Clariday and Mr. Haddix, who was acquitted. But it was quite a mess about 50 years ago when we had a system that enabled an individual council person to veto a zoning change. So he already had that on the table, and in this conversation, which you'll hear more about in a moment, Ms. Kimbrough brought up the idea of $500,000, $500,000, to a fund that she would personally control. Mr. Moses was shocked by that, but he decided to respond to it in some way or another. And once that call was over, it is true that Mr. Moses, in an effort to kind of smoke her out a little bit, led her to believe that that conversation had been recorded. We contend that as a result of her belief at that time that it had been recorded, she was more candid with Mr. Bond, Joe Bond, who will be a witness in our case,
when she claimed to him that her statement about the $500,000 was simply a bluff. Didn't deny making a statement, but characterized it as a bluff. The contention of the complainant in this case is that that was unethical conduct, perhaps even illegal conduct, but certainly unethical conduct under the standards set out by the Ethics Board and as outlined by the Metropolitan Legal Department. So we're here to prove that case, and we appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me just interject between, I want, in mentioning this isn't a court, our board, we won't do it in opening, but I want all parties to know, particularly council, because it's a little different. Our board members at any time can ask questions of any witness or of counsel. Okay, just want us to seek clarification because the goal is for us to understand what happened. So I always had a question for you. I'm going to wait for it to be your presentation, your case in chief, but so I just want you to all be aware. Any one of us at any time. Okay, your opening?
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the members of the board, Mrs. Kimbrough will actually give her own opening statement. I present to you Mrs. Kimbrough.
Good morning. I waited a long time to speak to you. This process has not allowed me to do that, but today I get to. So I want to preface by saying this. I have never demanded, solicited, requested, or asked for any amount of money for myself or on behalf of my community from Mr. Moses. Never any amount. I have never done that. I want to give you just a little background, and the proof will show later on how we got here. There is a piece of property that Mr. Moses wants rezoned. Prior to my even getting here or becoming a council person, back in May of 2023, the Planning Commission, 6 board members, unanimously rejected his request. They rejected it. He later went around the sitting District 1 council person and went to council member at large Berkeley Allen to still get this disapproved bill to the council. Ms. Berkeley Allen obliged him, and she tried, and she held community meetings. This is before I come into the picture. She held community meetings, and still, in the end, on July 31st, she had to let him know, I can't do this. They don't want it. So he'd been rejected by 6 members of the Planning Commission. He had been rejected by Berkeley Allen. And then she says, if the next council person wants to deal with it, they can. On May 4th, less than 24 hours after I won, May 4th, 2023, less than 24 hours after I won my seat, I get a call, an email from Mr. Moses and his brother-in-law, Manuel Russ. Later on, the proof will show you Manuel Russ did a sworn affidavit. That's his brother-in-law. He reached out to me and asked me to meet with Ryan. I do, and I'm not going to get into all the details because you're here today, but I, as a courtesy, give him 3 more meetings with the community. Each time he's rejected. This probably totals around, in total, including my 3, 7 meetings. He's been rejected by the people. He's been rejected by the sitting council person, me, has been rejected by Berkeley Allen. He's been rejected by the planning. But as you'll see, we're here today because he's determined. He's determined he's going to get that rezone, and it has not stopped. It never stopped. And he wasn't going to let some little old lady in Bordeaux stop him. That's why we're here today. And you'll hear more about that. Even today, and you're going to hear it in the proof, I'm still being reached out to on his behalf by a new firm. Not Mr. Yarbrough, not by Nick Leonardo, his other attorney, but by a new firm, Thomas Burton. It's saying, Joy Kimbrough, and you'll hear it in the proof, you need to get another council person to carry this legislation because there is clearly a conflict of interest. But I'm going to be here. I'll be here. Thank you.
We can,
Madam Chairman, may I raise a point of order? Is that going to be considered as testimony by the board?
well, it technically was an opening statement,
I understand, and she's not under oath.
and she's not under oath, so
Right.
so,
If it is going to be considered, I think I should have a right to cross-examine her.
oh, okay, so the way this proceeding works is, you have your case in chief as the complainant. You will call a witness. The witness will be sworn. You will you will examine your witness. Your witness then will be cross-examined if the other side so chooses, and then you can redirect. You'll then call your next witness. When you rest, the respondent's counsel will call the witness. The witnesses will each individually be sworn when they're called, not en banc, just right up individually, and they each get examined, cross-examined, and redirected. Okay, so that's how it works.
We understand the
So
procedure.
this is actually, you're making a good, she was not sworn. That was an opening statement. I think we agree that was an opening statement, and if that testimony is gonna come in, it's gonna come in under
Right,
oath.
at
Under
a
oath.
later time.
At a later time, under oath.
Thank you
It'll be
very much.
sworn,
That was my
okay?
question.
Okay, good question. So, that's how we are going to proceed now, and we will begin, again, if you choose to start with your case in chief.
Yes, we'd like to call our first witness, Mr. Ryan Moses.
Okay.
And I assume you want him up here?
Yes,
that right?
actually, yes. And he will be sworn.
Mr. Moses, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your full name to the board, please.
Ryan Manuel Moses,
Mr. Moses, where do you live?
105 Westover Drive.
Is that in Belmead?
It is not in Belmead.
It is not in Belmead. You've been accused of being in Belmead by Ms. Kimbrough, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Moses, are you affiliated with any particular company in our county?
I'm the CEO of Best Brands Incorporated.
Just tell the board briefly what Best Brands does, please.
We are a wholesale wine and spirits distributor, so we sell wine and spirits to liquor stores, restaurants, bars, and groceries.
Do you own or operate a liquor store anywhere?
I do not.
Have you ever?
I cannot. It's illegal.
Okay. And are you allowed to under the regulations of liquor in our state?
I'm not allowed to, based on the three-tier system. I cannot own a liquor store nor sell to individuals.
Isn't it true, though, that Ms. Kimbrough on many occasions has called you a liquor store owner, a liquor store person?
Yes, she has.
Is that true?
It is not.
It's not true. Mr. Moses, back some years ago, you came into possession of some property in District 1, which I believe is located, I don't know the number on Ashland City Highway, but it's at Ashland City Highway and Briley Parkway. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which quadrant is that? Can you tell us by direction which side of the Briley Parkway that's on?
It's on the side closer to Ashland City Highway, so it's directly across the street from the dump.
From the dump? Okay. What was your plan for that property, Mr. Moses?
It's zoned industrial, so zoned IR, so the intention was to build my future warehouse and operation of it, so I wanted to build my entire corporate headquarters.
Right. Now, under the existing law, would you be able to build a warehouse at that location?
Yes, sir.
But you decided you wanted to do more, is that it?
Correct. By right, I can build 245,000 feet, and I was looking to build a little larger than that so I could have a warehouse and move my office over there, because I cannot build the office structure either in the current zoning.
Your office is currently on Cockrell Bend,
Yes, sir.
but you wanted to move it to this new location.
I was trying to, my office and warehouse both used to be on Cockrell Bend, and after the tornado, our office was able to go back to Cockrell Bend, but we relocated our warehouse to Laverne for the meantime and have been leasing space there.
So I don't mean to be repetitive, but just to make it clear, you wanted to establish a corporate headquarters in District 1, is that it?
Yes, sir.
In order to do that, what steps did you take, if any, to acquire the zoning that you needed?
I went to a church who owned a parcel next door to expand my footprint in order to have the space to do that. And in order to do that, they have an agricultural zoning, so this required a specific plan. So I attempted to get an SP zoning initially with the former councilperson, Jonathan Hall.
How did it work out?
Jonathan Hall, while was not against it, said at the time he was not exactly in a place to carry a bill, and he recommended me going with an at-large council member to carry it.
Is that why you went to Berkeley Allen?
Yes, sir, that is.
But the council person himself recommended that, right?
Yes,
You weren't trying to go around somebody.
not at all. I was trying to actually have local neighborhood meetings, and I was struggling to have community meetings.
Did you have those meetings?
I did with the help of Councilwoman Toombs and Councilwoman Allen.
And how many meetings do you have? Do you remember?
I had, it was 3 or 4 meetings with them.
During those meetings, and by the way, in the meantime, did the identity of the council person in District 1 change?
It changed at the end, when Berkeley was, there, at this point, there wasn't clarity between the community of whether or not they wanted or against it. There was kind of an issue, I guess there's both sides of it. She recommended I wait for the future council person. So she withdrew the bill and said, wait till you have a new council person in District 1 and then bring it to that council person.
And after the election, was the bill reintroduced?
It was not reintroduced. I then approached Councilwoman Kimbrough to
Right.
talk about it.
And did you then have meetings after she became the council person?
I did have meetings.
Where were those meetings?
They were at the Word of Life Church and then also at her office as well individually.
And at the church and on the news media, is this some of the places that Ms. Kimbrough made statements about you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what those were?
I do not remember the exact wording.
Did she tell you or claim in Exhibit 8 that your family connections and money were what you were trying to use to get your zone changed?
Yes.
Did she accuse you of paying people?
Yes.
Did she call you, did she accuse you of providing free liquor?
Yes.
Did she call you a liar on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Did she say you were a desperate man?
Yes.
Did she call you spoiled,
Yes.
unhinged, lying, crybaby?
Yes.
That you were campaigning to put a liquor store in her district?
Yes.
Is any of this true, Mr. Moses?
No, sir.
I'm just going to interrupt. Can we get
Yes.
some timelines, dates? We're not getting many timelines here. And this is, I understand, like a year and a
A
half.
timeline for the statements? Yes,
Yeah.
they're in the exhibits. Exhibit number 49J is an email between Ms. Kimbrough and the Metro Clerk on August 22, 2025.
Okay, so that's after the complaint was filed?
That is, that's August of this, that's about 2 months ago.
Okay.
That's what she called him, a spoiled, entitled, privileged, unhinged, lying crybaby who's been campaigning to put a
Okay.
liquor store in Bordeaux.
I understand. I just needed timeline here. All of those the testimony is that after the complaint was filed, these things were said to you. Is that-
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And then at the church, and I think this was recorded by Channel 5 because the recording at the church didn't seem to work. That's when she said liquor boy is a lie, and that they should not let some outside pimp come in here and turn us against each other. Was she referring to you as an outside pimp?
Yes, sir.
Are you a pimp?
I'm not.
Mr. Moses, after all this happened, or perhaps during the time that this was happening and before, did you have a telephone conversation with Ms. Kimbrough?
I did have a telephone conversation with Kimbrough.
Did you have multiple conversations with her?
I did.
And multiple text messages, I think, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
And emails?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
During that period of time, did something come up about some sort of a contribution or program funded by you for the community?
The initial conversation was a community benefit agreement where, in order to help the community and kind of what we already do at Best Friends, I offered to provide $35,000 per year over a 5-year period to a community benefit agreement to a 501c3 controlled by community members of District 1.
I'm sorry, if you already said this, I apologize, but who initially mentioned anything about a community benefit agreement?
Who initially, the
Right.
initial, I guess, mentioned,
Who first mentioned a community benefit agreement?
people within District 1 recommended that route as a way to, I guess, get community buy-in.
So the community members?
Yes.
Okay.
And when was that?
That
When
was,
first mentioned?
I don't know if I have an exact date on that. It was, I mean, mentioned numerous times by various members.
I'm just trying to get the timeline because this is
Oh,
like
sorry.
a year and a half. Was
So
it mentioned?
the
during-
initial community benefit agreement that I outlined, you're
Well,
referring, or just the idea of?
The idea of, I think the idea of it, because at first you're working, Councilmember Hall, it wasn't working well, he suggested Berkeley Allen, you went with Councilmember Berkeley Allen, she was drafting an SP for you.
Yes, ma'am.
She decided after several community meetings, she decided to withdraw it, that the support wasn't there for it, she withdrew it prior to the election, and then said, if the new council member wishes to pick it up, whoever is elected can. But she was withdrawing it, and that was in July of '23. So what we're wondering now is, was community benefit, this idea of a
Community benefit was not
it
during
was
that
not
time.
there.
Not at
Okay.
all.
And then you were introduced to Councilmember Kimbrough, and you started meeting with her. And then there was I believe a November email, when you asked her for ideas about what organizations you could support.
That's when the
To
idea of
get-
a community benefit agreement,
Okay.
either structurally an actual community benefit
Right.
agreement or
Okay.
or
The idea.
organizations within the community to support.
Okay, so that was November of '23,
That sounds correct.
when you raised it in an email, and were asking her input for ideas for District 1, because you were trying to get the community members to support the project
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that it could go forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your idea was maybe you could support, give to organizations or.
I never
to
really was
hobby-
able to get clarity of kind of, there's lots of competing
Right.
people saying, well, this group, this organization sort of piece, so I kind of, as a way to step back was, okay, how about if we create a 501c3 where the community is made up, that's who's on this board, not of me, and they decide what's best for District 1.
But the first idea was you were asking the council member for her thoughts about how you could use your resources, funding or something for organizations.
She
to get
suggested I
support.
look outside of the box in order to
In
get
some-
her to,
We're talking about November of '23? Because
I
then
don't know the
because
exact date
I'm
of
just
it.
trying to, because this has some level of complexity, this case.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And there's a real estate transaction that, has complexity. So we're just trying to get the timeline of this communication. In November, in an email, I believe, you probably can put your hands on it, you asked for ideas about community. So that's for the first time, the idea of giving to the community something to try to get the community to support it so you could go forward. In January, I believe, of '24, at that point, at the end of January '24, I believe the council member didn't find the district was supportive of it. I, in the exhibits, didn't see anything called a community benefits plan until way after that January '24 email, when the council member said she didn't want to go forward, the support wasn't there. So can you, to answer Ms. Young's question, do you remember when the concept of a community benefits plan first was discussed in that, with those kind of?
That was after, so we had, I guess, we had two formal meetings with Councilwoman Kimbrough in District 1, and in the second meeting is when they took a vote, and I think after they went through various iterative versions, I think it was 4-4 or something really small in terms of that, and then it was kind of waffling whether or not she was gonna move forward or not, and decided at this time I'm not gonna move forward. I'm not saying no, but I'm saying no for now. And then that's between that time and then the next meeting, that's when the idea of the community benefit agreement and kind of figuring out ways to both knock on doors and garner support of the community really came out.
So it sounds like maybe that's January to March of '24, that kind of period?
That sounds right.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I
Thank you,
wrote
thank you.
down, so in November of 2023, you said there was an email where Mr. Moses asked Councilmember Kimbrough for ideas. That when you asked for ideas, was the community benefit agreement previously mentioned or discussed, or were you the first one to suggest that there may be ideas to get the community's support for the proposal?
I was looking for ideas. I mean, I didn't know what a community benefit agreement was up until this, so
Okay.
I think just the idea of how do I get community support, because I think this is a great project for everyone. I was just trying to understand how to do that.
Okay, and so then the discussion around an actual community benefit agreement was later on during the January to March timeframe?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that right, of '24?
I believe that's
Okay.
right.
And when you say that it came about after a meeting and a vote that was 4-4, who was voting? What is the 4-4 vote?
So in Councilwoman Kimbrough's community meetings, the ones that I've been to, every time there's an issue of some sort of, I guess I'd say controversy or any issue, she asks for people who are attending the meeting to raise their hand and vote one way or another.
So these were just complete, not
These are
just,
just-
these were community members?
These were community members, yes.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption, but just in your your council asked you, had you say that you came into property. Is this the 1 acre IR zoned property that we're talking about, the property you came into that you were trying to
It's-
rezone?
There's approximately, I think it's just under 13 acres that's zoned IR.
Okay.
And there's a parcel next to it that's agricultural. So the idea was combining the two parcels to make it 20-something acres under an SP.
I've seen references to a 1 acre, even way back from, I believe, Councilman Allen's emails, a 1 acre IR issue. Are you familiar with that?
There's, I guess the parcel I own is made up of 4 parcels.
Okay.
So maybe that refers to that, but I'm not sure of the exact one you're referring to.
And I don't want to go.
I think
too
the existing is about 26 acres, but I was trying to take just the 13 acres of IR along with the parcel next to it that fronts Ashland City Highway.
So when you came into the property, was that a purchase of property?
Yes, ma'am, purchase.
Okay, so you purchased the property, okay. All right, well, I'll just wait to hear what the 1 acre issue is. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm encouraged by the question because it indicates a lot of preparation by the board, and I appreciate that. Let's clarify another thing, Mr. Moses. When you say you were buying property and you were doing things, you're actually talking about Best Brands, your corporation, is that correct? Or is it you personally?
Technically, it's an entity that's the same members. Ownership of Best Friends is a separate entity, not the same company.
see.
Just because real estate is separate from the business.
Okay. But is there anything else you can say to help the board understand what that 1 acre might have been referring to?
I'm not familiar with the 1 acre.
Okay. Could that be the additional acreage that you wanted to add?
I don't think so.
How much is that, how much acreage is that, the additional part?
It's about 12 acres.
12.
So I think it's right around 25 total.
Okay.
The land that you're going to swap with the church, that question?
Yes, I think the church is getting approximately 9 is the amount, and then mine is 12. I think that's the
So there is a land swap that's occurring now?
a land swap and purchase occurring.
Has it occurred yet? Yeah,
The title work was with the church was pretty complicated
Okay.
due to the kind of the way their bylaws and stuff. So
Okay.
it technically closes, I think, at the end of this week.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Was there a situation where a church attempted to build on some of this property before?
Yes, sir.
What happened to that?
This was back in the 80s. They did not build because I think they were under the assumption that sewer and water was going to go under Bradley Parkway and connect to them, and that never actually happened. So they never were able to have sewer or water on their site.
And is that the property that you bought from the church?
The property I'm buying, yes, sir.
Okay. That you're in the process, I'm sorry.
Friday, hopefully.
Right. Trying to do it.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, since we're on this subject of the property and everything, this conversation that I mentioned in the opening that took place, I believe, in April of this year, that was after the meetings where people had voted 4-4 and all that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Correct. The last meeting, she actually did not take a vote, and that was when it was a lot of people more. It was not a 4-4. It was a substantial amount of people for it.
And this is just important, since you just said last meeting, are we talking about the March 27th?
The March,
or the
sorry.
April? Okay, the March 27, 25 meeting.
The last meeting at Word of Life Church that I spoke at.
And that was in March of 25, right?
I think it was
And then there was the April meeting.
April meeting. I don't think we had.
Not a meeting, a conversation in April.
April conversation, March meeting, I believe,
Right.
was the meeting. I think your date, sorry, I don't have the dates in front of me, but that
Right,
sounds.
but the April conversation, I thought was the day there was going to be a meeting by, the council member was having a meeting.
That was just a
April.
conversation. It was.
There was an.
Sorry, I think we had the March full neighborhood meeting, and then
Right.
she came to my office and had a meeting with her
Yes,
daughter
I
and goddaughter.
remember that.
That was the other
Right.
meeting.
I think
Sorry.
we'll wait to hear. I believe there was an April meeting subsequent, but, okay, you're talking about the March meeting now. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Well, since we're on that, Mr. Moses, what happened at that March meeting? Just describe that for the board, if you would.
The March meeting, we had overwhelming support from the community. We had, a lot of people that come up, almost filling the entire church of Word of Life. And while initially I thought we were going first, ended up going last in the meeting, it dragged for an extremely long period of time. I could go into detail of some microphones getting taken away and other pieces, that's a whole piece, but at the end, we had support. One of the community members tried to actually have a vote, and everyone stood up, and then Councilwoman Kimbrough said, no vote. And then there was no, decision made at the meeting.
Was there media present at that meeting?
There was not media at that meeting.
So she stood up and said, we're not gonna vote?
Yes, I don't know if it was, we're not gonna vote, or we're just going to, we need to hear more from the community before I make my decision.
What were the positive points being made at that meeting that caused community members to approve of your zoning change?
I think there's two things. One, the community benefit agreement was very clear of what that was.
I'm
and
sorry, can we back up? I missed something. Where did the community approve of the project?
I was saying, they tried to stand up and vote during that community meeting.
So how do you, I know that you submitted some paperwork with signatures from people who approved of it. Is that what you're basing your statement on?
No,
You
that was
approved?
separate. That was separate.
This was separate. So how did you know at the meeting where Councilmember Kimbrough didn't allow a vote or
Mhm.
said, I need more information, how do you know that the community supported the proposal at that point?
It was, the way she does her votes has to do with how many people are at the meeting, and she has people raise their hand for and against it, and it was, I mean, maybe 3 or 4 people against, and everyone else was for it. So it was.
So
it was
there
clear
was some kind of hand
that
raising?
they tried to raise hands, and then she stopped the hand raise. Yes.
I'm confused.
She didn't
okay,
call.
you're-
So normally she calls the hand raise. In this instance, one of the community members tried to call a hand raise because it was very clear it was getting kind of dragged on, and like intentionally no vote was being taken.
So at some point, someone said, let's raise our hands if we support this?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw people raising their hands?
Almost the entire room.
Okay.
And this was March 27, 2025 meeting?
Yes.
Back to me? Okay. I want to be sure. After that incident, Mr. Moses, did you have further meetings or conversations with Ms. Kimbrough?
I did, yes.
And in one of those conversations, did the idea of money come up?
Yes.
Tell the board exactly what happened as best you can recall it.
The conversation was, we had a conversation saying, what is going on? Is there a decision? And she said, well, $150,000 isn't enough. You can do more than that. So, excuse me?
Who said that?
Councilwoman Kimbrough.
All right. Be very specific because it's important that the board understand this. Then what did you say?
I said, what are you proposing?
And she said?
And she said, I think it needs to be $500,000 and it needs to be paid immediately. I said, immediately? I said to the 501c3, I said, no, I control where it goes. I'll tell you where it goes.
All right. You asked if it was going to be 501c3.
Because we initially had a community benefit agreement, I thought, or the idea of a community benefit agreement, my initial thought was she's saying that to that community benefit agreement, and she submitted very clearly, no, that was not where she wanted the money to go.
What was she proposing? What did she propose?
I was unsure. I was aware of other instances with other people where money had been told to be directed places, so I just assumed it was somehow going to funnel its way back to her.
All right. And did she
Excuse me,
clarify it?
Can you just explain what you just said? You just said you were aware of other instances where money was funneled. Can you, what are you saying?
I don't have the issue. I mean, it's not mine. Because of this district and various things, I've heard of other people's dealings where they've had money being told.
Excuse me, how could there be any possible relevance to the issues at hand? He heard from whom? This is out.
Right. Do you have evidence? Do you have a test?
Is this the Walker matter that you're
Yes.
referring to?
Yes, sir.
Is there going to be evidence on this?
Excuse me.
There was
If
no-
Mr. Yarbrough wants to testify,
Yeah.
we can tag his toe and put him in evidence, but he is
Yeah.
not, he is a lawyer. He is to elicit testimony from his client.
Yeah, yeah. I have actually a question about what you're talking about with because you jumped kind of from early on to 24 and then to this April conversation.
Actually, we were going from the March 27
True.
meeting
True.
to the April conversation,
Right,
which
right,
is,
you're right.
I
That's where
think,
the
less than a month.
That's where the jump occurred. You're exactly right. But I'm actually interested in the October 24. There was a Nick Leonardo had there was some type of document he was passing around of a community benefits plan. Who was Nick Leonardo to your company or to you?
Nick Leonardo was outside representative who I hired as a consultant to help with the District 1, who's a former council person from District 1, so but helped go through the process.
And when did you hire him?
It would have been probably a month before that. I don't know the exact date.
A month before what?
Before the text message
October
occurred. I believe so.
24?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and did Nick Leonardo present this one page? I think you have an exhibit, you produced an exhibit of it, I believe, one of your, I forget if it's exhibit 12
The community, that's the exhibit is what I presented to the community.
Yes,
ma'am.
yes. But when was that, the one that Nick sent, presumably to the council member was in October 24. When was this document produced?
That was a draft document that we had been working on between myself and him,
Okay,
to present to community.
okay. And who came up with this idea of the 501c3 and the 30,000 a year for 5 years?
It was a mixture of a mixture of, I guess, myself and him, and ideas of what we thought would be successful with the community.
Okay. And is it, someone wrote in connection with that plan in October of 24 where you were suggesting maybe 30,000 a year for 5 years would work. Someone wrote, perhaps Nick Leonardo wrote, that would be the single largest gift that anyone had ever given to District 1 for a rezoning. Are you familiar with that text message, that was said?
I'm familiar with it just from seeing it in the
Documents.
but I wasn't part of that text.
Okay, so those weren't your words?
Those weren't my words, no.
So they might have been Nick Leonardo's words?
I
It
presume.
looks like it's, okay. This is Respondents Exhibit number 17 that I'm looking at, Respondents Exhibit 17. So this is way back in October of 24. You were talking about gifting money to the community, to District 1 somehow, in some form. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In order to build support for your requested rezoning. Am I understanding it correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Nick Leonardo continue working with you and consulting on this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
For how long?
I think it was up until, literally until the meeting we had in April, I believe the meeting, or no, March, excuse me, the March meeting.
Okay. And who is Vincent Bondsman? I'm looking at Respondents Exhibit 65, and it looks like it's the March 25 meeting. Do you know who Vincent Bondsman is? Was he a representative?
I believe Bondsman is, I'm not sure the name Bondsman, but Vincent, I would assume, is Vincent Dixie.
Was he presenting at that meeting?
He was part of it, yes, ma'am.
He was part of your presentation?
Yes, ma'am. He was a supporter and working with my team as well to help present to the community.
Okay. And in that's Exhibit 65, where he was asking to present first, that's the meeting you were talking about, that she moved you to the back?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
end. But in this Exhibit 65, he's asking if he could go first, and the council member said, "You told me you wanted to go last." And she explained that she had already scheduled another constituent who had a rezoning matter to go first. So does that refresh your memory that your team had asked to go last?
No, I was not part of that. I think the
Okay.
Vincent Dixie told me he requested to go first because he had a legislative
Conflict. Okay.
something he had to go
Okay.
to.
Okay. Okay. So, okay.
I wasn't part of that as well. I apologize.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Moses, let's go back to the earlier discussion of the March 27 meeting and then a meeting or a phone call in April of this year. And you stated that when the idea of a much larger amount of money came up, that somehow that triggered some thoughts in your head about this Walker situation. Tell the board about that.
It triggered my.
Speculation, hearsay. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I don't believe that we can have objections from the gallery.
Well, we're not talking about the gallery, we're talking about counsel for the party.
I didn't hear the council
Well,
say anything.
I wasn't sure if there was motion or if he was standing
Yeah,
to object.
I was trying to make an objection as to relevance as to this Walker matter. It has nothing to do with the matter.
Well, the relevance is obvious.
It's not obvious.
The Walker matter was.
It's not probative of whether or not Ms. Kimbrough asked this gentleman for $500,000 with sole control over it. That is absolutely no probative value whatsoever. And we object to this line of questioning.
We would ask for a ruling from the counsel from the legal department on this, because we believe that it goes directly to the state of mind of Mr. Moses at the time he had this very important conversation with Ms. Kimbrough.
I actually am not gonna ask legal counsel because it's the board that has to decide.
Okay?
Legal counsel doesn't get a vote.
Does it get a vote?
Doesn't get a vote.
Well, that's news to me. You can tell that I'm a new guy here. Thank you.
So let's, no.
Okay.
No, this is more informal. This is more informal. We don't technically, but they are guidelines for us. So relevance is a question, obviously. There's no, and it does go to, we have a very challenging task ahead of us to try to interpret what happened, to understand what happened in a 1 minute, 3 minute conversation. I don't know if it was 1 or 3. There were 2 highlighted. I don't know which conversation, but 3 minute conversation. What was said, what the words were, what was intended, what the impressions were, why there were impressions, to interpret things a certain way. So does it go to both parties' state of mind? Does it go to your state of mind? Does it? Perhaps. So it may have some relevance for what was his coming into the conversation, what was in his head, and did that shape how someone hears it? We all know people can have conversations, a 3 minute conversation, and you can come away with understanding 2 very different things were said. So do you think it was relevant to your viewing of the conversation? Do you think it affected your ability to object? Story someone told you, some hearsay that someone told you, and it shaped or affected how you were seeing it in the light that you were seeing the conversation? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Well, in that case, I think it's arguably, I'm gonna check in with my board here.
I'm sorry, I'm still struggling to follow. So what your council is asking you about is some other arrangement involving rezoning?
I've heard of other rezoning matters where similar requests were made in various capacities, and I was assuming this was the same sort of thing, so I absolutely believe that was the case.
Okay, and so those other rezoning matters, did they involve this council member?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think, yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I mean, we'll give you a little room, and you will have the opportunity to cross-examine, obviously, counsel for, council member Kimbrough. It's hearsay, though. It's complete but so hearsay, so here's the thing about hearsay. He heard it, so he's a recipient witness to the statement. The relevant, it is hearsay, and it cannot be introduced as evidence of something true. It is not being admitted for its truth because it's hearsay. He's testifying to something he heard, which may have influenced his understanding that something unethical was happening, because he clearly understood, as you can see from the complaint, he thought even moving to the back of the meeting was an unethical conduct on her part. Asking for phones was an unethical conduct, he has alleged. So if his hearsay that he had in his head shaped how he heard whatever words were said, that could be relevant to, as we try to understand what actually happened in this 3-minute conversation. So with that.
I'm still struggling with that analysis.
Okay.
You know, he has this nondescript conversation, or he's had these nondescript matters dancing around his head. He can't say who said it, where it came from, when it occurred. It's just like, I thought I heard something about Mrs. Kimbrough and her other dealings with zoning changes. You know, that is patently unfair. It is rank hearsay, and absolutely should not be allowed.
We admit it's hearsay, but it's admissible hearsay because of exactly what the board has already ruled.
Well, actually,
But it's speculation.
Right. Is what Councilmember Kimbrough, is what he just said
Keller.
accurate? You don't have a person, you don't have I mean, you don't have someone on the witness list, right, that told you this?
No, he doesn't.
Yep.
Oh, she said Kimbrough.
No. I'm not asking, I'm asking Mr. Moses. You don't have a witness on the list, on your list, or any document to present to us as evidence. Is it really just, you heard kind of grapevine stuff, you heard, is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am, but I'm not allowed to, I mean, witnesses have to come on their own volition, so I can't require people to come. So no one who is aware of these things is a willing witness, if you will, to
So you
come.
have a name, a date, a time, but you can't tell us what that is because of your own sense of.
I mean, it's,
Yeah.
I mean, you're aware of what I've been called and all the other pieces. It's, no, I mean, it's people, I don't wanna be here. This is not
Yeah,
a
no,
fun
I understand.
experience
I
for me, and
understand.
I don't, it's not my right to do that to other people, so I
understand.
don't.
If I could just interject, Mr. Kellar,
Yes, ma'am.
I understand your objection and it's well stated, but we can, as a board, determine how much weight or if we think the testimony is credible. So with all due respect for your objection, I think we would like to hear the context behind this understanding of how deals have been done in the past, because I think it's particularly relevant given one of the documents that the respondent submitted that includes a text message from Nick Leonardo referencing past, or seeming to imply that there have been past gifts of this nature in rezoning matters. And I really flagged that, and I wanted to hear more context behind that, and I think this may be that context. So I would like to hear what this past rezoning matter is that Mr. Moses was aware of that colored how he approached his communications with Ms. Kimbrough.
That's a great point. That's not what he said. He's not
Well,
made any reference
Let's just move on.
to
Call it.
Mr. Leonardo. He's talked about multiple conversations with unnamed individuals at unnamed times that had allegedly something to do with Ms. Kimbrough.
Well, we'll get some specifics from him around that, but your point is well taken.
All right, thank you.
And with all due respect to esteemed counsel, we don't know what he's gonna say because he hasn't been allowed to say it yet.
Right.
Right.
So
If I
could you
may.
ask your,
So, what we're saying right now is that because of past dealings, but there's not witnesses of those past dealings, but we're gonna, I don't think I agree with this part, that we're gonna allow him to speak to the past dealings that influenced how he interpreted this one.
what I'm looking for was his understanding of those past dealings. Not it doesn't matter if what he understood is actually what happened in those past dealings, but if he believed that there had been past dealings of gifting money to the community in exchange for favorable rezoning, that I think that's relevant to how he approached his conversation with Ms. Kimbrough, especially in light.
Do we think that statement within itself is enough to say, okay, we see that how he interpreted that was what he just said without him going into detail specifically, especially if those witnesses aren't here?
Well, that's the detail that we're trying to get to. We haven't heard the detail yet. It's just a question of whether the detail is relevant to anything that we're trying to decide for us today. So like the question isn't, did those past dealings actually happen? It's whether he understood that this is how business is done in District 1. It's my question.
What exhibit is that?
This is in Respondent's Exhibit Packet. I don't see a number, but it's the text messages. I don't have any numbers written on this.
Let's refer the board to this document to look at it for a minute.
It doesn't have a page number on it, but it's the text message with Nick Leonardo's name at the top and 6:41 p.m. is at the top. And it has a screenshot, and circled on that screenshot is Brenda Gilmore, District 1 Community Foundation, Best Brands, at minimum will fund $30,000 per year for 5 years. And then the next message below that says something about privilege, and then the one that I'm really focused on is that would be the single largest gift that anyone has ever given to District 1 for rezoning. I'm gonna get this blank done.
I'm just gonna ask a question as we're trying to decide. We're holding open the ruling. We're trying to decide as a board, and we have some different views, so we're gonna try to see if we can work up some type of consensus here. Are you familiar with Nick Leonardo commenting that $30,000 a year for 5 years would be the largest single gift that anyone has ever given to District 1 for rezoning? Are you familiar with that he ever said that to you?
Not before that.
Did he ever talk to you about other gifts to District 1?
To Nick Leonardo? No.
He never, Nick, your consultant that you hired and that was developing this community benefits plan, never mentioned to you that other gifts, sounds like monetary gifts, had been given to District 1 in the past. He never mentioned that to you.
I'm not sure how to, I feel like, yes, I've heard of other people giving gifts. I don't know if it's from Nick or just others. I mean, I know there's other community benefit agreements that have occurred.
What, in District 1?
In other districts. I'm not sure if in District 1. I know other community benefit agreements, like CBA agreements is like not a new thing. I was aware of that.
Oh, you were aware of CBA agreements?
After the initial conversation of a CBA agreement, I did research and looked around and found that they exist.
Did Nick Leonardo ever talk to you about other CBA agreements, monetary CBA agreements, at any time during the period from when you hired him to today?
I don't think Nick did specifically about CBA agreements. No, ma'am.
You did your own research on CBA agreements involving monetary gifts?
I did.
Is that how you and Nick came up with this idea of $30,000 for 5 years?
I came up with it. We Best Friends gives a lot to the community regularly, and based on what we give already, we were just trying to redirect them more directly towards District 1. It was nothing different from what we were.
That is absolutely non-responsive to your question.
Well,
absolutely non-responsive.
I'm sorry.
You give to the community
Best Friends donates to the community.
Funds, not
all over the city.
Funds and in kind gifts.
In kind contributions, funds,
Okay.
all of the above.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think your question to him was, how did he come to the conclusion? How did he come up with $150,000 donation?
We'll get to that, and also
he flat out didn't answer that, Your Honor.
Right. Well, we'll get to that, and you have there's the respondents have their exhibit, and we'll let counsel finish his direct, and be subject to cross-examination and redirect and recross. Okay, thank you for, so we have a decision, a ruling to make. Is there any other board member thoughts on this question of, how does this, this is a proposal to my board members, to the board members. We do have exhibits that specifically refer to other gifts to District 1 that will be discussed, and testimony will come out on that. If we now ask to not go forward on this, in the risk that'll be that the probative value will be outweighed by the prejudicial value in light of the nature of the generality of it, and we rule that way now, then as we have an opportunity to have this direct finished cross-examination with these documents, if it becomes clear that if there's a desire to go back to it to redirect, we will decide it then, after we've had the counsel for the respondent to be able to go through their cross-examination. How does that sound? Are you comfortable with that?
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
It's basically punting. Yes.
This is just a procedural matter. The counsel for respondent, I don't think his voice is being captured, because whenever he speaks, he's not speaking to a microphone. So is there a way to provide a microphone where he can speak to, so that it's captured as part of the record?
I'm sorry.
That's for
There's
M&M.
one extra microphone there.
Well, he has to hold it.
Because when he gets up and just speaks, it's not being captured. as far as I know.
Okay. Thank you, I'm sorry. Appreciate it. I can hold that for you. Thank you.
Unless he comes to the table each time he wants to speak and leaves the microphone. Unless there's a different table.
Okay. I'm sorry. So what we're discussing here is the allegation that there have been past dealings of people making donations to the community in exchange for favorable rezoning decisions. Our first time seeing about or hearing about any sort of past dealings was from the materials that, to my knowledge, were submitted by respondent. So what we're trying to figure out here is whether you, as the complainant, have information about those past dealings that we should hear that's relevant to our decision today. Is that right?
But because of his own constraints, as he said, he doesn't have a witness or a document. For understandable reasons, we take your point about this is not something people voluntarily want to do. This is not a comfortable spot to be in for anyone. So that is the reason why he, I think, has suggested he doesn't have information. So what he has is kind of the amorphous what he has heard. He feels. I think you said you really don't feel you can even give us a name because for your own reasons. So I'm chair. I think I will rule.
Well, since there's dispute it appears there might be disagreement.
There is a dispute, yes.
Then, which is in a way essentially appealing what you're ruling. So the board will need to make that decision.
And make a vote?
Yeah.
Take a vote?
Yes.
Okay. We'll each articulate. My way of proceeding would be to say it is likely, in this format, understandable, it's likely more the prejudicial nature of it outweighs the probative nature because we are going to be able to get into, through other witnesses and through cross-examination and so forth, and the documentation, instances of other payment or gifts to District 1. That will come into us. We will get that information. I would like to propose that at this point we move on with your direct, say we will not take this testimony now, move on with your direct, do the cross, the redirect, recross. If as we continue, in fact I would entertain counsel asking at the end of all the evidence to perhaps call the witness back. That's what I'm suggesting we do.
May I
Yeah.
weigh in on this?
Yeah. Yes.
If that ends up being the ruling, we would ask to be allowed to make an offer of proof to preserve this issue for the Chancery Court.
Yes.
And we'd like to do it now.
You offer proof?
Yes.
Well, we haven't taken our vote yet, so let's
Okay.
work that process through first. So that was what I was proposing. Do you want to, Ms. Young will articulate?
I don't know that I will. I've lost track of what the initial question was. I think at this point, it would be fine to move on since Mr. Moses has said that he's not aware of the statement that's reflected from, I guess this is from Leonardo.
Yes.
He's not aware or hasn't discussed the idea of making a financial contribution or gift in relation to rezoning. So this will have to be discussed with another witness, I presume.
I want to clarify what I heard. I think the witness said he wasn't aware of the comment on the bottom of this exhibit, which was Mr. Leonardo stating that the amount being offered, this $30,000 for 5 years, over $30,000 a year for 5 years, that amount would be the single largest gift that anyone has ever given to District 1 rezoning. That's what I believe the witness said. He hadn't ever spoken to Mr. Leonardo about, and he's not aware of this comment by Mr. Leonardo.
Right, but then I thought you also asked him if he had discussed negotiating the community benefit agreement with Nick Leonardo and the context for the past dealings that informed their idea to even proceed with the community benefit agreement. I guess let's ask the question differently. Did you at any time discuss with Nick Leonardo the community benefit agreement, either the terms, the idea for it, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so in your discussions with Nick Leonardo about the community benefit agreement for this project, did discussions of past dealings or past projects involving this district or this council member come up?
No.
Okay, then I don't think we can go into this with him.
May I interject? Somehow the board is now assuming that what his testimony is gonna be has something to do with Nick Leonardo. Number one, he's
Yeah,
a
we're not.
lawyer,
We're not.
and you're probably invading attorney-client privilege to even get into that. But number two, he's never said that
We
Nick
understand.
Leonardo had anything to do with what I'm about to ask him.
Well, he didn't say that Nick Leonardo was acting as his lawyer. You said you hired him as a consultant. Was he your lawyer or a consultant?
Both.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Well, you know, I would say if you look at that same.
Sir, if you could use the microphone.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If you look at that same text you've been referring to regarding Nick Leonardo, as far as attorney-client privilege, it has been waived.
It's waived. It's waived. There's no
Absolutely
client
waived.
privilege here.
And he says, in fact, he says that do not disseminate because this is a turtle-client privilege. I presume him an attorney-client privilege.
Oh, I thought it was something I missed in high school. Okay, okay, that likely is what he's saying. But it's been waived.
But he didn't submit these documents. These are respondents' documents.
Which means he sent it to her.
Okay. Well, we'll get into that.
Okay,
Sorry, those aren't my text messages.
right, okay. Thank you for understanding our process. So now that we turn to Director, Council Ecke, if we have consensus on how to proceed, we don't need to take it to a vote, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
What about my offer of
Yes,
proof?
yes, it's time for the offer.
Can I make my offer of proof now?
Again, I'm gonna object to the.
Thank you, I'm sorry. I apologize. This is rather unusual.
It is unusual.
And it's an unusual proceeding, but I don't understand the offer of proof. These are anonymous statements by anonymous people that he claims he heard that had some impact on his thinking. How is that relevant to or probative to the issues at hand? One of the things we have to understand here is the impact on Mrs. Kimbrough's reputation. You know, all of this impacts her reputation. Anyone can just come before this body and say, I heard someone talk about making these kinds of offers for community benefit arrangements. This is the kind of thing that goes on, and this is the course of dealing. Well, that's not, anyone can say that. And it's not fair to her to allow this offer of proof because it impacts her reputation and besmirches her name.
I think that, I think that speaks again to the question of prejudicial overriding any probative value, any relevance. Probative value, I'll say, in this context, at this time, in this hearing. I think we have to determine what occurred during a 3-minute conversation, telephone conversation. I think to the extent that your relationship with the council member and your sense of lack of ethicality on her part, which is reflected in your complaint, when you saw various things that she asked for cell phones and so forth as unethical. I think that all does give us a sense of what your frame of mind was during that 3-minute conversation. I think with your counsel, I will say even with a offer of proof, I think we actually don't need one, and I do not believe that would need it to preserve it. The record is here for an appeal.
With all due respect, there is no record because we don't know what the testimony is.
I understand that, but you can challenge this ruling.
But I want to lay a predicate for that challenge by having the chancellor be able to look at what the testimony is being offered, so that the idea of prejudice versus probative can actually be assessed rather than assumed, which is what's happened so far.
But your offer of proof here would be revealing the information that we are saying would be more prejudicial than probative for our purposes. So I will
Are you
allow.
suggesting that you would be biased by listening to it?
I think the nature of prejudicial information is information that is designed, well, you know what prejudicial information, designed to steer one away from rational reflection, objective reflection on what the facts are coming in. This colloquy has certainly given us a sense of what you heard and what you had in your state of mind when you had that conversation and then responded after the conversation and the way you responded. So I think at this point, I think we can move on. That is the ruling. I'm happy to be overturned by some court.
Right. Please
but we're
note
going to move
exception.
on. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Moses, other than what you were about to say, which you're not being allowed to say, what else transpired between you and Ms. Kimbrough in this conversation?
That was, I think we went through, I'm sorry, we broke for a minute. I think we went through everything though.
It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yes. Let's go back. What did she say to you about $500,000, if anything?
She said in order for the zoning to go through, I needed to pay $500,000, and it was very unclear of where that money was going, but it was not going to the community benefit agreement.
Did she say anything about who would control that money?
She was going to control the money.
Did she specifically say that?
Yes.
Did she say anything else about the money, the fund, or anything related to it?
No, that was it.
All right. After that, did you have further communication with Ms. Kimbrough?
I just tried to get her to write it down, so I sent her texts and emails trying to get her to revisit what she said.
In one of those texts, Mr. Moses, did you hint or suggest that you had recorded her conversation?
I did.
Was that true?
No.
But you wanted her to think so to get it in writing, is that correct?
Correct. I said I listened, meaning I listened in my head, implying that, so ideally she would come forward.
Did she confirm it in writing?
No.
Did you ever have any further conversation with Ms. Kimbrough about that money?
No, she tried to call me once afterwards, and I didn't pick up, and I haven't spoken to her since.
And that's April of this year.
Yes.
I have a question. After the conversation, she sent an email to you saying that you misunderstood the conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you understand of that email?
It was her clearly covering her tracks.
Covering her tracks.
Because she had requested $500,000 and now was trying to, she thought I was telling other people, so she's now going to write an email saying that I didn't do that. That was my interpretation.
Okay. And then you said you listened to it several times, and that's what your counsel just brought out, that it wasn't true. You were writing to the council member a non-truth because you were trying to get her to believe you had recorded it to make her do something. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was maybe in your head, so that felt okay, that it wasn't not being truthful. It was, how would you describe that? What was it?
I was just trying to get her to say what she did in writing. And that was the best way I thought to
You were
make
trying to
that
get her to
happen.
do something, but you feel comfortable that you just represented that you had listened to it several times, and that's okay. That was because you had an end, the means and the end. I mean, it's unusual. I mean, so that's why you did it. You also said your uncle listened to it several times.
Mhm.
So you said you listened to it several times, you and your uncle listened to it several times. We thought you had a tape. You never taped it,
I don't know.
but you represented to council member that you taped it and that you listened to it again several times, and then you listened to it with your uncle several times. Did your uncle ever hear anything about the conversation?
Did he listen to the
Yeah.
physical conversation?
Right.
He was not in the room when I talked to
Right.
Councilwoman.
Right, and you didn't record it. So there is no one that heard this conversation other than you and the council member.
The only other person I'm aware was Joe Bond, who she told to afterwards.
That wasn't the conversation that you and she had?
Correct, not my conversation.
Okay, all right. So you never recorded it. Your uncle did not listen to it. You did not listen to it several times. That was just, those emails you sent to the council member were just you represented, let's call it a non-truth, because you wanted to pressure her to do something. Is that correct?
I wanted to get her to say it in writing as well as trying to
Right,
get her
you're trying to get her to do something. Okay, got it. Thank you.
After the conversation, Mr. Moses, did you have an occasion to talk to Mr. Bond?
I did.
And did you tell him substantially what you've told the board here today?
I did.
And at some public meeting, did Mr. Bond attempt to raise this issue?
I believe so.
Tell us about that. Were you present?
I was not present.
You were not present.
It was covered in the news. I was not present.
So you saw that in the news, so he'll have to tell us about that.
Yes, sir.
All right, but you did inform him of what took place in the conversation of April of 2025?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Moses, other than the things that have been excluded by the board, is there anything else that you would like to tell the board in support of your complaint?
No, sir.
We'll pass the witness.
I think I have, I just want to clarify, Attorney Yarbrough, will there be any other witnesses or evidence put forth specifically about the community benefit agreement in the amount totaling $150,000?
No, we understood that that was not an issue here today. The only reason that it was brought up was that questioning by the board and perhaps a response from the witness made us believe that it had some impact on his state of mind, which is a well-established exception to the hearsay rule. But in light of the ruling by the board, it's obvious we're not going to get into that.
Well, I still have questions about the $150,000 community benefit, if I can get some clarification. So, so you were willing to pay the $30,000 per year for 5 years as a community benefit to District 1 for the rezoning, is that correct?
To a 501c3 for the district, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who would that agreement be between exactly? Who were the parties to that agreement?
I think it'd be the landowner. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know how, we never got to the point. I'm not sure how that portion of it, I think we'd have an attorney draft it. I'm not sure.
So the community benefit agreement was never written down other than this screenshot that we have in the exhibits?
It was presented to the community.
Okay, what meeting was that presented to the community?
In the March meeting.
Okay, and that was the meeting where people were not allowed to vote on the proposal?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the designation or the creation of the 501c3 to be named Brenda Gilmore District 1 Community Foundation, where did that come come from? Like, whose idea was it to create a 501c3 and name it that?
The 501c3 was part of the CBA, the way to figure out a way to give it to the community, and then in terms of naming it Brenda Gilmore, that was one of the conversations we had of just garnering community support, and she's, I mean, well established as being, a kind of a beacon of great things that have come out of that district, so it was just a way to honor her.
So were there any discussions between you and Councilmember Kimbrough about this $150,000 community benefit agreement?
Not outside of the meeting, I guess, if you will. I mean,
Okay.
the one I presented to everyone.
So you didn't discuss this with her before presenting it at the meeting?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I think we'll I'll invite counsel for the respondent to proceed.
Just very briefly, Mr. Moses, you filed this ethics complaint against Mrs. Kimbrough, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is your position that everything you claim, you allege in that complaint is true?
Yes, sir.
Notwithstanding the fact you've already lied in your dealing with Mrs. Kimbrough.
I have not lied.
I'll pass it. That's all I have.
Are you done on direct, cross?
That's all I have.
Okay, and did you have booklets for us or something?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
I
ready.
think we have them. Do we have
No,
them?
can you pass those out for me, please?
No. Oh, for the documents? Oh, yeah. Mr. Moses, you were at, this is a question, and then you can go for a redirect if you wish to redirect. You were at the March meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware that there were community members that thought the amount being offered was too small, was paltry?
There was a community member who stood up and said we could, based on all the numbers we've given these other places, we could give way more.
Say that again?
In the packet, I can't remember the exact wording she said, but in the packet I listed a lot of organizations that we best friends support throughout the years, lots of organizations, and the amount of money I think over the years we'd paid had donated to these groups, and she said based on that we should be able to give more to this, I think was the comment.
So there was a community member who felt that the amount you were offering, the $30,000 for 5 years, was not sufficient for the impact on the community. Was insufficient, wasn't proportional to the type of impact that those folks who were opposing it were
I
concerned
wouldn't say
about.
this, I'd say a singular person said that, yes ma'am.
Okay. But you're aware that that was a sentiment that was represented in the meeting?
Yes ma'am.
Is there any other questions of this witness? And you have no
redirect.
redirect? I do have one very technical kind of, there was a affidavit that you submitted by Manuel Russ, your brother-in-law,
Mhm.
and he signed it in August, and it refers to meetings he had attended. It doesn't say the dates of the meetings he attended, he just says prior. Do you know who drafted this document? This affidavit?
I'm not sure who
'Cause
drafted that one.
Okay, all right. It's titled that the phones were demanded, that's the title of the affidavit, but the affiant says they were requested. Do you see those two words as the same?
No, they were requested, I think that's accurate.
They were requested, okay, not demanded, okay. I guess if there's no, before we leave this witness, because there's not gonna be more redirect or are crossed. I guess I want to understand what happened after this conversation. You sent the emails, but then what happened next? When was your group, you or your consultants collecting signatures at the YMCA or something at some point?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All the signatures you collected that you've produced, you collected prior to the March meeting?
No, those signatures were not signatures I collected. Those community members had collected. I wasn't part of those
Okay.
signature collections.
Okay. And your company wasn't part, and your consultant wasn't part, and your team, the team that was trying to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After the conversation, you understood there was something unethical that happened in that 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only reason you sent those emails was because you were trying to get her to say it and smoke her out, I think was what your attorney might have said, something like that, or something like that. What did you do as a result subsequent to that?
I called the members of the community who were involved with it and went down talked to my uncle about it, talked to everyone that I knew had some sort of, I guess, had been part of some capacity, and said, I don't know what to do. This just happened to me. I don't know what to do.
Okay.
And I kind of, through a lot of different people and kind of pushing me to kind of come forward with it, I'm here before you.
But that was April. So what happened in May? It looks like in May you were continuing to pursue the matter. Is that right? Did you drop it at that point, and then
There was no.
There's nothing subsequent.
There's no the council person has to submit it to be able to have, I guess, proceedings. So there wasn't anything.
Right. You couldn't have gone back to the planning commission or gone to a council at large.
Someone
or anything.
someone has to carry the bill to be able to do anything.
Okay. So, but in May you didn't bring an ethics complaint, or June or July. You just were thinking about it. I just wondering, kind of trying to fill it in, because all of this comes in August. I'm just wondering what happened in the interim, what was happening with your project to pursue it. I guess you were getting the land resolved.
Nothing. Yeah, the land resolved. Nothing. Nothing was really happening. It was more of just.
Okay.
I knew it was a little bit of a he said, she said on these various pieces, and it was kind of. I didn't really have clarity of what this hearing was, and I guess I'm now even learning what it was, and didn't even know really what I was getting into, if you will.
Right,
So
right, right, I understand.
this has not been an easy process.
Right.
I don't want to be doing any of this, if you will. So.
Yes, I understand. Did someone encourage you to bring an ethics complaint?
Friends, family, and business people
Okay.
kind of encouraged that this shouldn't be tolerated, and they need to kind of plant a flag and do what's right.
Okay. Because of your description of the conversation, it felt like not right.
It's very clear to me what was intended.
Okay.
Yeah, now
Yes.
that those questions have been asked, I do have regret.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Moses, you've just been asked questions about your motivation to bring the complaint and what happened afterward. Did your knowledge of what had happened before in this district with respect to money being offered for zoning changes have an impact on your decision to bring this complaint?
Yes.
I believe it's now relevant.
Oh, you learned, it was subsequent? It was subsequent?
It was both. After the complaint was levied, I had a lot of people email me and talk to me in various pieces, and that's, I guess, where I had further knowledge since then.
Wait a minute. Anything he learned after the filing of the complaint, that's not relevant.
The question the board asked was what motivated him to file the complaint. And
So-
we submit that his knowledge of what had been done in this district with respect to money for zoning had an impact on that. And since the question is now on the floor, I believe he has a right to explain that.
I understand. Let me just clarify one thing. Because you're saying he learned information subsequent to the
Well,
conversation.
he knew it before,
Well, this is what I'm,
at the time of the conversation in April, and more later.
Yeah.
There's no
All-
exclusivity here.
the more later is not, we don't have to, the question of why he brought the complaint when he did is not before us. The only
You're-
question
Madam-
before us.
Please, Madam Chairman, you asked that question.
Yes, because I'm trying to understand, I was trying to understand how he interpreted the 3 minutes on April 25. That is the only factual issue before us. What was said on August 25 and that, I'm sorry, August 24 in that 3-minute conversation. That's what we are charged with understanding factually, finding facts on that question. I asked about the subsequent period between April 24 and filing of this complaint in August for the sole purpose of trying to understand how you heard it at the time. At the time you had the conversation and you sent those 2 emails, or the emails to try to get her to put it in writing. That is what your state of mind, what you understood, contemporaneous to the conversation is what we have to figure out. Whatever you were told in the months forward, why you filed it, it doesn't matter. I was just wondering, what did you do immediately after? So it's not relevant why he, I asked it, I was trying to figure out, did he go to the AG's office? You know, I want to know what he did. So learning more information later is not relevant to the question of the conversation.
I renew my request for an offer of proof as to this issue because the board itself has asked him why he brought the complaint, and his knowledge of other misdealings is certainly part of that answer, and he's not being allowed to give a full
Yeah,
answer to it.
I didn't ask why he brought the complaint. I asked just what happened, the period, why the timing of the complaint, what was happening during
I think the
the
record
subsequent.
with all due respect, will reflect that the board asked, why did he bring the complaint?
In August, exactly, yes.
That's correct.
I agree with that, yes, absolutely.
And we have redirect that would provide additional information on that issue,
Well,
which is relevant.
I think that whether he heard additional information subsequent to the conversation, which is what prompted him to go ahead and file the complaint, is not relevant to the question of how he heard what happened, what was said in that 3-minute phone conversation.
Please note our exception.
Yes, your exception's noted. Any other questions for this witness? Your excuse, thank you.
Thank you.
Complainant will call Mr. Joe Bond.
Mr. Bond, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Got a bottle of water or something. That thing gonna,
If you don't mind
yeah, bottle of water.
drinking mine, you can have mine.
I can't drink behind you, I'm sorry.
I don't have any
Oh,
diseases
okay.
that I'm
Well,
aware of.
Okay, I believe that. Let me get a mint or something. All right, I'm ready. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I don't know about that. What do you got? What's in your mouth now?
Peppermint.
All right, you gonna be able to speak distinctly with that in your mouth?
Let me get it down.
It's gonna help you?
I'll be fine.
All right. I guess the board will be the judge of that. State your full name, please, sir.
Joseph Bond, Senior,
Mr. Bond, where do you live?
4268 Kings Lane, Nashville, Tennessee.
Is that in District 1?
Yes, sir.
You've been in the room listening to the testimony of Mr. Moses this morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know anything about the conversation that Mr. Moses had with Ms. Kimbrough in April of 2025?
Yes, sir.
What do you know?
Well, I have to go and do this right here, if you don't mind. This is in April. Okay.
Council, I assume we're not getting any evidence that hasn't been submitted.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. This is some text that I had between me and Council Lady Joy. Text message I had text her.
Is this to refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
He's refreshing his memory, it's not an exhibit.
Okay, you won't be reading it to us.
Ma'am,
You won't be reading it to us.
I would like to.
With that,
if you
I
permit.
so, Mr. Bond.
Ma'am?
Mr. Bond, please do not read it to us.
Okay.
It wasn't, you can look at it to refresh your memory.
Yes.
But your testimony needs to just be
Okay.
what you have in your mind. Thank
Okay.
you, thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Re-
you understand the ground rules?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what you know.
Okay, what I know is, first of all, with our council lady, I worked like hell getting her elected because we had such a turmoil with the other council person that we had. Okay? And there was a meeting at Whites Creek Community Club in April. And the conversation came up about Best Brand offering the community $150,000
Sir, do you know which April that was? Was that April 24?
last Monday in April.
April 2024 or 2025?
2024 probably.
2024, okay, thank you.
I can look in here and get the correct date. Fourth Monday in April. Give me a second here. Oh, I gotta go calendar.
Your Honor, again,
Could you?
I'm sorry.
Sir, hold, Mr. Bond, just hold on for a minute.
I'm just looking for a date. Anybody got a
It's okay,
calendar?
it's okay, just whatever your best
Once
memory
again,
was.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Once again, he's referring to a document that's not provided to us beforehand. And the court was very clear that documents that are not produced in a timely fashion will not be allowed.
Well, we're not trying to introduce a document.
You're trying to introduce it through his testimony.
I'm not.
But sir, sir, if you don't mind.
Certainly not my idea.
Okay, please do not look at your phone, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Mr.
fine.
Moses. It's important to ensure there's
No problem.
fairness in the process.
Yes, ma'am.
We're just trying to be fair.
I understand.
So it's really
Ron,
just what you
let's do it
remember.
a different way.
Okay.
This is not working too well.
Okay.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Moses about the proposition of $500,000 being paid for this zoning?
Yes.
Tell us what he said and what you said to the best of your memory. Don't look at anything, just to the best of your memory, what was said in that conversation.
Okay. Before I got to that conversation, we had a meeting.
No,
I had
no,
asked
the
Miss
question
Joy.
is, that
Okay.
conversation, please.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to be very specific.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, I got a phone call. In fact, there was a text message that came through, and I shared it with Miss Joy Kimbrough at her office at a meeting. Had $500,000 on there, and I was excited because of the $150,000 going to District 1. We never had nothing like this happen before in a lifetime. I was excited about it, seeing, that the project would be a benefit to the community. Look, very excited. So, and we met, me and Miss Kimbrough met at her office. We finally met at the office. And we talked about quite a few things that, personal things and stuff like that. And I said, why? I first asked her, I said, let's meet with the young man. And she would not meet with him. She asked me to cook her some smoked salmon and all this kind of stuff. And we'll play. Hey, would you, man, look,
Okay,
Excuse me, sir.
No.
Mr. Bond, hold on, there's an objection, hold on.
You gonna mess up my thought and my process.
Hold on to
Your
your
Honor,
If he kept,
Hold on to your thought.
keep doing that.
What possible relevance
So
could this have
let's
to the
give him a
task?
little room, we'll give him a little room.
The relevant is, the relevant,
We're gonna give him a little room here. Appreciate,
So-
we have our eye on the relevance question.
I appreciate you. Thank you, board.
No one wants to have this
Thank you. Thank you
protracted.
so much.
I wanted to know the time period. Just generally, are we talking a year ago, 2 years ago?
No, ma'am, this
3
was
years ago?
in, this
It's like
is
before
in-
she was like after she was elected, right after she was elected?
Yeah, this was, this is during the time that she was elected.
She was
in
elected?
office. Yes, ma'am.
Like those first few months of her being elected, maybe?
No, I get, it's in the fall, it's in May, I believe it's in March, April, May, when we met with her.
A year and a half ago, though, right?
Uh,
Not this past May.
No, we're talking about this year.
We're talking about this year,
This May?
Yes, ma'am.
You were meeting with her, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
right after April, May, yes, ma'am.
May of this year.
May of 2025.
Can you then just tell us again what the email was with the $500,000? Where did you get that? What was the email?
That wasn't an email, it was a text message
Text.
I had gotten.
Okay, from whom?
It didn't have a name with it.
And what did it say?
Well, at the
Well,
meeting,
no,
at the
I'm
meeting.
Sorry, hold on, I'm
Ma-
sorry.
look.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bond.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I want to object to this hearsay, this outrageous hearsay
Wait.
that they're trying to get in. He's talking about, once again, they're trying to get anonymous people making statements into evidence. He just testified he has no idea who this anonymous person is. How could that be relevant? And if it is relevant, that is absolutely outweighed by the danger of prejudice to Ms. Kimbrough.
I mean, that's why I didn't bring it up, because it wasn't relevant as to where it came from. But we talked about it in her office. That's why I didn't say anything about it.
You can
'cause
certainly
your
talk-
board just
tell-
stated, this.
It would be helpful for you
Yes,
to
ma'am.
talk to us about your conversation with Ms. Kimbrough in May of this year.
Okay, our conversation with Ms. Kimbrough in May of this year, after meeting with her and asking her to let's meet with Mr. Ryan, several different occasions, she would say, let's pick a spot and stuff like that. Okay. But the place over there on West End, she said she liked that place. It all boils down to a meeting that I text her, Joy, you're not being compliant to all the constituents. Why is that? And she had the text too. She had clients coming there for get some approved, and she said, wait a minute, I'll let you know later. I mean, I live out there. These are my neighbors out there. Okay. I had an incident, and I know it's not relevant, but it's on my heart. I had an incident in my neighborhood where my son killed my brother, came home to kill me and my wife, and my neighbors prayed for me.
Okay, this is.
My house burnt down. My neighbors prayed for me.
You have
Those
her
signatures
condolences. It sounds very, very
that you
hard.
have, I got those signatures.
You got the signatures?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm responsible for them.
okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. You
So you know, it's you know, it's almost like black against white. I don't have no black and white issue. My grandmother is white, half white. Okay, I don't have an issue.
So
Okay.
can I just ask you then?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you had the conversation with Ms. Kimbrough?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Kimbrough.
At her office.
In
Yes,
May,
ma'am.
at her office in
Yes, ma'am.
May.
Yes,
that
ma'am.
was, were you aware that she had told Best Brand, that she was not going forward, that she had determined that it wasn't in the interest of District 1 and that she was not going forward? Was that the reason you met with her in May?
I met with her in May because when everyone was there was an approval of the situation. It came from the floor. It's supposed to come from her if she's representing our neighbors, if she's representing us. So I got confused. Let's meet. There was a email came out after that same blow up meeting, Joy sent the email out. There's no amount of money that I would accept for this project. At the same time, we're at the office now. When she said I was bluffing, it come out of her mouth, didn't come out of mine. How am I gonna know? You know, I don't trust him. All this stuff came out of her mouth. He's using this person. I ain't gonna do it. I'm here for myself and my neighbors.
She said you.
And you know, yes, ma'am.
And she said she just was trying to get him to back off.
She was bluffing to see if he would do more.
To back off.
I don't know what she meant by that. She just said, first of all, when I showed her the text, the $500,000, she dropped her head. She said, "That's a damn lie." And then she looked up. I said, whatever happened, let's meet with the man. We tried. She never would meet. So then in fact, last call I got, y'all just do what y'all can do.
So she told you in that meeting that she was bluffing.
She was bluffing.
And now you told, there's an exhibit of you being interviewed, and you said, she said that she had been bluffing to see whether or not he would just leave it alone, just forget it.
Exactly the words she said.
She wanted to forget it. She wanted him to back off. She didn't want to go forward.
Well, I don't know all about that going forward stuff, but she said that she done it because she was bluffing. I said, well, who's bluffing you? That was my question to her. I told her, I said, the landfill is across the street. We've been dealing with the landfill for 50 years. The landfill wants to purchase this property, move across the street, say they want to recycle. Take down the whole Bardo landfill, put it on trucks, move it across the street, and then bring it back across, put it on barges, and send it down the river.
So it sounds like, did you meet with her to try to get her to maybe change her mind and
I
meet
would
again and keep
I'm just
it
trying to
moving
meet,
forward?
just meet
Moving
with her
forward.
to try to get an explanation as to why, she don't think this is a good project
Why
for
she
our
didn't-
community.
Okay, you
Yes,
met
ma'am.
with her in May
Yes,
to
ma'am.
get an understanding why she didn't think it was a good project for District 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you supported it, and so you wanted to say maybe, okay, got it,
I support it and I fought for it.
okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Mr. Yarborough's question to you,
Okay.
Mr. Bond, was
Yes, ma'am.
about your conversation with Ryan Moses in April of 2025. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Moses in April of 2025 regarding his conversation with Ms. Kimbrough?
We probably had a couple conversations.
Okay, what do you remember from your conversations with Mr. Moses in that time?
Well, mostly I did all the talking. I told him, look, this is a great project. I feel it's a great project for our neighbors, and I'm gonna fight for it.
Did Mr. Moses tell you about his conversation with Ms. Kimbrough?
Did Mr. Moore tell me about his conversation? Well, I mean, yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
Oh, okay. What did he say? That helped me a whole lot. He talked to Miss Kimbrough several times. The main conversation was she wouldn't return his call. She wouldn't meet. Now, what happened was there was a meeting that he had called. We talked about. She's gonna come. Mr. Dixie was gonna come. I think her niece, her daughter and her cousin was gonna come. And so me and my wife had went down there to get a bio on the company as well as on him. And my wife said she wanted some wine to see what kind of wine you have. She's an educator. So we got, we got it. And then when the meeting came, the first time me and Ryan talked, she came down. She says, I brought these here with me because I forget things. That's a conversation me and Ryan had now. I brought these young minds with me because I get things. I forget things. Also during the council meetings, she would say it often. Y'all know me, I forget things. Why you want to, I don't vote for somebody that's forgetting something.
Mr. Bond, if I could.
I'm just sorry.
I think.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you
Yes.
Are going
I'm
astray.
going too far.
from
Oh, yes,
the
ma'am.
conversation.
Thank you for lining me back up.
I'm
Thank
specifically
you.
asking about your conversation with Mr. Moses after
Okay.
he spoke with Ms. Kimbrough.
Okay.
I believe on April 24th of 2025. He
I'm
said
not sure about
he
the date,
spoke with
okay.
you after he talked with her and she asked
Okay.
him for this money.
Well, he had called me and said that she agreed to meet with him, first of all. And then that's what I just got through talking about what happened at that meeting. And after that, I just took it up on my own to go and start seeing why. And just start calling her, texting her, you know, why, let's meet. And then she started saying, well, I don't trust him. He's got Nick Leonardo involved. He paying somebody money. So look, people do things for money. I don't do nothing for money.
Mr. Bond, I'm
I'm
going to
sorry.
try
I'm
one
sorry.
more time.
One more time. Okay, let me stay on track.
Do you recall having a conversation with Ryan Moses
Okay.
about his conversation with Ms. Kimbrough, where
Right.
he told you that she asked him for money,
Yes.
more money?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what you remember from that conversation?
From that conversation was that she's trying to get $500,000.
Did they say anything else?
He didn't say nothing else.
Nothing, that was it?
I just said, you know, let me get on it.
Okay, because you earlier said that you thought 150 was a lot of, 150,000
It
was a
was.
lot.
I mean, we never had a 501c3 in our district, period. When she was elected, she said, we're gonna start a nonprofit. And I'm telling you what made me mad was she turned down the $150,000 for the community, and then came back when this man said, you know, conversation can be whatever. She want $500,000, Mr. Bond. That's not right.
Did you understand that the $500,000 was for a community benefits plan?
I had told her he could pay more than $150,000.
You told that to,
More than $150,000. I said, let's start with the $150,000 and let them get built, and then go back and you know, you can get a project built in 5 years,
Just for clarity.
and then more.
Just for clarity, the first
Yes,
time
ma'am.
you heard about the $500,000 was from Mr. Moses?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a phone call or was that a text?
It was just a text. I mean, it was a text at first. When I say, I don't know who it came, the text came, Joy, I showed to her, and then I erased it when she said, that's a damn lie. So, well, let's talk about it.
Mr. Bond, did I hear you correctly? Did you say that you had advocated to get more money from Best Friends
I had,
because they could
yes,
afford
ma'am.
more than the
If we do it,
150?
if we get the 150 on the paper, when they get built and established, that we can ask for more. And I also explained to her, I'm a cancer patient. Do you see what this company is doing in the community? Second harvest food. I volunteered for Alzheimer's. I have a sister-in-law have Alzheimer's. Look here. I really don't know why in the world, you know, that look, my wife done turned her head on me. I'm going down against this black lady. I'm not going against this black lady. I want to know why I am in my community. I want to know why.
Okay, and after the May, I think it sounds like it was May of this year that you met with the council member,
Yes,
asking
ma'am.
her to meet again with Ryan to get it
Several
back,
times.
get it back on
Several
track.
times.
And she was saying no, she wasn't
She would say
going
no.
to.
The last one, she said, y'all just do what y'all can do. And
Okay.
then that's when those signatures started.
And that's when you started getting the signatures?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that your motivation ultimately was for the benefit of your community?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we got schools that don't have psychology. We got schools that don't have mental health people. You know, I know about mental health. Okay. So I'm just not getting it. I am really not getting it.
Have you had any experience with community benefits plans in other contexts, at other times, other ones, on other?
I have. Well, not in that perspective, but I have done 43 years of supporting TSU football.
Okay, but that's not, but you don't know of community benefits plans.
See, we never had nothing like that before.
Okay.
We had a place out there that sells alcohol, never offered a dime.
Okay.
The Pizza Hut brother pizza, never offered a dime. Won't even get the kids a pizza.
Okay.
I mean, it's just
Thank you.
it's mind-boggling.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to me.
Back to direct.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Bonner, we'll try one more time.
Okay.
The statement that Ms. Kimbrough made about bluffing,
Okay.
what does that refer to?
It refers to you trying to get money for yourself. In my opinion,
For herself.
Yes, sir.
So in your mind, did she admit that she tried to get money for herself?
I don't know if she tried to get, I don't know who she was trying to get it for. All I'm saying is she was bluffing.
Yeah.
She said she was bluffing
When she
to
said
see
to-
if he would pay more.
Yeah.
That was her exact words.
But her bluffing remark came after you said that Mr. Moses said you you wanted $500,000. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
That's all.
And you added that the reason she said it, as you understand, as she told you, was that she wanted to get him to back off and not.
She wanted him to back
Just
off.
drop it.
See if he would
Forget
drop
about
it,
it.
back off.
Just forget about it.
That's what
Okay.
she's exactly what
Okay,
she
she
said.
wanted him to forget about it. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
My co-counsel has alerted me to something that talk of money came up. Isn't that true, Mr. Bond?
No, I just heard about the project at a community, at our White Creek community meeting.
Yeah.
And I got a phone call from Miss Kimbrough right after the meeting. What did you say about the best brand? What are you talking about, Joy?
Was she upset with you?
She wasn't there. She just asked me what was it discussed? So now we're a close-knit community meeting down. I mean, we have mayors down there and everybody. I don't understand why. I'm talking about after the meeting. There's an email out there, members. The emails came out right after the meeting that they had with the large amount of people saying they was for it. It came from the floor. I said, well, I texted. You represent us. You should have gave us a yay or nay. She said, I'm not going to discuss them. It's an email. I never hear tell a council in my life now. I'm 72 years old. Sending out an email right after a meeting, telling us, this constituent, no amount of money. I never heard of that before.
Did you see the hands go up at that meeting?
Over 75, 80. Look here. The meeting was young man was running the video. The whole meeting was videoed.
Oh.
And then the doggone tape come up missing.
But you saw it.
I'm just telling the truth now. Look here, I'm just telling the truth.
You saw it, didn't you?
I seen the young man back there videoing.
Okay.
I never did see
Never
the
mind
actual video.
Did you see the hands go up?
Yes, sir. Was that right there with him?
And was it overwhelmingly in favor?
Overwhelmingly, 75 or 80 people. The whole church was packed. Because I had did all this work, to get people in support as to what we need for our community.
Mr. Bond?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you're talking about the March 27th meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Where there was no recording, it disappeared. Was the community benefits agreement discussed at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am, it was. A young lady named Ruby Baker brought that agreement out there and put it up on the board where everybody could see it and everything.
So at that time, it was still the community benefit agreement that required creating a 501c3, and Best Brand would give $30,000 per year for 5 years to that 501c3. Was that the arrangement that you were aware of from that meeting?
That was the one that I had looked at. Now, it might have been another meeting that she had in April, probably. I might be getting confused.
So at the meeting where you said, 75 or 80 people or percent,
Yes,
I'm not
ma'am.
sure which,
Yes,
were
ma'am.
in favor, what were they in favor of? Like, what was
We
it
were
that they
in
were?
favor of the warehouse moving up there. And then Miss Kimbrough stopped the motion. Nick, I'm almost shit. Nick asked, okay, that's your hand or stand up. Who all in favor? The whole church stood up, except for 3 or 4 people.
That was
or
Nick
4 or 5.
Leonardo?
No. Ma'am?
Nick Leonardo that said that?
It might came from Nick. It might have been Vincent. It came from the floor, but it should have. Our council lady should have gave us an opportunity, gave her an opportunity to explain to us why she don't think this, instead of just talking to me, telling me she don't trust him. Talk to everybody.
Okay.
So I just want to be clear.
Yes, ma'am.
You're saying you're not sure if the community benefit agreement involving a total of $150,000 was discussed at that March 27th.
I'm sure that was discussed. It was there. That young lady made a presentation with it.
Okay, and so at that meeting where it was discussed, the community, from your recollection, was in favor of allowing Best Brands to
Not at that
rezone?
same meeting. It
Not
was
at
another
that
meeting. Yes, ma'am. Another meeting.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're ready for cross.
I have nothing of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness?
We have no further witnesses. We would renew our motion for an offer of proof as to the excluded testimony of Mr. Moses.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Yes.
There's been absolutely no proof rendered by Mr. Moses of any wrongdoing other than his confused statement that Ms. Kimbrough made a demand of him for $500,000 where she had sole control over the use of that money. No proof whatsoever. They had one witness. It's obvious to everybody in this room that this witness has absolutely no information to support Mr. Moses' claim. None, 0. He was very confused when the panel pressed him about what he heard, when he heard it, how he heard it. He could not come up with a single thought, a coherent thought, as to what he heard, when he heard, or if he even heard any kind of about any demand from Mr. Moses regarding Ms. Kimbrough's alleged demand for $500,000 with sole control of it. With that being said, I would move to dismiss this matter. There's simply no proof.
Okay. We do have a witness. The complainant has testified, and I think we will be going forward. I will just check in with the board members. Are we all aligned?
Yeah, I think we should
Yeah,
continue.
so we'll be continuing, so you can put on your case.
Thank you.
May it please the court, the first person I would like to call on Ms. Kimbrough's behalf is Senator Brenda Gilmore.
Good afternoon.
Senator Gilmore, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Good morning, almost afternoon, Ms. Gilmore. Would you state your full name for our record, please?
Okay, Brenda Gilmore, former Metro Councilwoman, former state representative, and former state senator.
Okay, and you were a representative of District 1, is that correct?
I was Metro Council, and I represented as a Metro Councilwoman, as a state representative, and as a state senator.
Now, in the interest of time, I'm going to just jump right to it. Did you text Ms. Kimbrough at some point in time saying that Mr. Askin reached out to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I texted her September of 2024, I believe.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
stated that the Askin family had, actually it was his mom, had asked me to have the discussion with Council Lady Kimbrough about the warehouse being built in District 1. And I texted her and just asked her if she would consider it. The family asked me if she would consider it. I wasn't asking her if she would consider it. The family asked me to ask her if she would consider it.
And then consider what for the benefit of the panel here?
The building or the warehouse in District 1
And
by Best Brand.
And specifically, what was the family, the Moses family, Mrs. Moses and her son, asking you to do?
I think that because I represented it as a Metro Councilwoman, as a state representative, and as a Metro Councilwoman, they asked me, I felt like, to use my influence to persuade Council Lady Kimbrough to approve the zoning request.
Okay, and did they also take you to dinner?
Yes, I had lunch at Bricktops. It was October of 2024 to discuss the matter further. And at that time, it was with the mother and the son. And at that time, this document was presented to me, in which it stated that a 501c3 would be established in my name for $30,000 a year for 5 years.
Would you pull up Exhibit 4, please? Make it 10, I'm sorry. 10, yes. Okay, that's it. All right, this has been made an exhibit from the complainant. And this exhibit right here that we have, I'm sorry, I'm maybe blocking the view of the panel. You have it, okay. All right, and it is, was this the document that you were given?
I cannot see that far, but I have the document that I was given.
Okay, would you read it for the benefit of the panel, please?
At the top heading just says supporting District 1 community, empowering growth and collaboration. And there are 2 columns. And the column that I just made reference to under communication, foundation, and funding. Did you want me to read the entire statement?
That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Create a corporate 501c3 named the Brenda Gilmore District 1 Community Foundation. Best Brands at minimum will fund $30,000 a year for 5 years.
Okay, would you just pause right there, Senator Gilmore?
I'm sorry, could you back or push the
I'm
mic
sorry.
up? The one that's close, no, the one that's close
Right
to
here?
you.
Is that
Yes,
better?
Yes,
I'm
thank you.
sorry, thank you. All right. Now, when you was this document presented to you, or proposal presented to you at your luncheon?
Yes.
Okay.
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. And this is something presented to you by Mrs. Marlene Eskin Moses, correct?
Yes, she and her son and I had lunch together that day.
And Ryan Moses. So they showed up with this document in hand saying they wanted you to influence legislation in exchange for a 501c being named after you, correct?
Leading in a hearing like this, but that's extraordinary leading.
Can we grab the mic?
Okay. The objection is leading
Yeah.
question.
I say I usually don't object to too much leading, but that was virtual testimony for the
Okay.
witness.
Okay. Thank you for the objection. Can you rephrase it?
Oh, sure. Okay, so when you showed up for lunch, you were presented that document, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that document as you understood it?
To share with me some of the community, I guess, projects that they had sponsored in the past and what they were willing to do in District 1.
Okay, and you testified earlier that they wanted you to use your influence to influence Mrs. Kimbrough,
Yes.
okay, on that piece of zoning legislation, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, when you went to lunch, it was your understanding that they were promising you to create that 301c foundation in your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is after discussing with them, your discussion with them, that they wanted you to use your influence with Mrs. Kimbrough
Correct.
to make that zoning change.
Yes, I had previous telephone calls
You had telephone calls as well?
from Mrs. Moses.
Okay, and what did she ask you in those telephone calls?
Well, each time just explaining what it was, what her son wanted to do, how he wanted to bring all the operations together, and that they needed that rezoning to make that happen, and that Councilwoman Kimbrough in the past had been reluctant to do that.
Okay, and the Moses family didn't stop there in their pursuit of wanting you to use your influence to affect that legislation, did they?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
They wanted to pay you to be a consultant, correct?
They did ask me if I would be a consultant and that money would be involved.
Okay,
Payment would be involved.
all right.
And let me say that I never accepted that because it's been alleged that things like that happen in District 1. I want to go on record as saying that I never accepted it.
Thank you. Did you ever call Mrs. Kimbrough or talk to her?
Yes, I talked to her. After seeing the rendering, I thought it was a very attractive rendering. And I did call her, yes, and talk to her.
Okay, and you recall her response about the proposed legislative zoning change?
Once I found out that the zoning commission had disapproved it, then I backed out of the conversation. And that she had also shared with me that the district was not, her constituents were not in favor of it.
Okay, and you said you found out that the planning commission did not approve it, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you said someone else would not push the legislation through or carry the legislation through. Who was that? Was that the councilman at large person?
Well, I was aware during the campaign period that Council Lady Berkeley Allen had tried to carry it through, and at that time I also was aware that there was discontent in the community that she was sponsoring it, and they were not in favor. And they were not in favor of it. Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Can I ask some clarifying questions before you cross from what she just said? Before you learned that the planning commission had disapproved of the rezoning, were you in favor of the project?
I can't say I was in favor of it, but I just say it was a very attractive rendering.
Okay.
And I stated that to the family, the Eskin Moses family, and I stated that to Council Lady Kimbrough.
Okay. And at during any of the discussions that you had with representatives from the Best Brand Company or the family, did they explain what the 501c3 foundation would be for? would that just be at the community's discretion to use that money however they wanted, or how was that money supposed to be used?
We did not get into the specifics of
Okay.
it. Mm-hmm.
What was your reaction when they presented you with this proposal to have this foundation created in your name?
Well, I was surprised because that was my first time hearing about it. And of course, anyone would be honored if someone was establishing a foundation in a person's name.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is it afternoon? I think it's good afternoon, Ms. Gilmore.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm just fine. You've already said this, but I want to get a little more detail. This was a corporate headquarters moving on to Ashland City Highway at Riley Parkway, is that right?
To my understanding, yes, it was going to be on Ashland City Highway.
And you've already said it was an attractive rendering, meaning that it was going to be a good-looking building.
It was an attractive rendering, yes.
And it is across the street, so to speak, from a land dump.
I can't say specifically its proximity to the
It's
landfill.
close to the
Yeah.
landfill. We say dump, it should be a landfill.
I cannot say how close it was to the
Is
landfill.
there any basis that you can think of why something like this would not be a benefit to the community?
Well, when I was Metro Councilwoman in that district, I would base it on what a combination of factors. I would base it on what the zoning department and the commission would say, and my constituents. I always try to do what my constituents ask me to do.
Would it look good to you?
The rendering was attractive, as I stated before.
Yes. And did you do any investigation to see what people in the community thought about it?
I did not.
Did you hear about a meeting at the church where a lot of people voted in favor of it and they were not allowed to register their vote?
No, sir, I did not hear that. I did not attend any of the meetings.
Did you see anything wrong with the idea of a 501c3 to enhance mental services and other things for the schools and other things in the community?
I was not given an explanation of why it was being established.
Okay. You just thought it was for charitable purposes?
It was, I have what I've just stated. It was established in my name. The
But-
discussion did not come up with what it was specifically going to be used for.
You understand that 501c3 is the charitable
I understand what
part of
501c3
the IRS code, and that it would have to be for charitable purposes to be legitimate, right?
Yes.
Did you see anything wrong with that?
Of this particular foundation being established? I'm not certain if I can really answer that, because
Did
the
you
discussion.
object to it? Did you object, say, no, don't do that in my name?
No, I did not object to it, but I didn't say I approved of it either.
You mentioned earlier, your direct examination, that there had been problems in District 1 about money and zoning.
No,
I understand you to say that.
no, sir, I didn't say
Have
that.
you ever heard of that?
I've never heard of that.
Oh.
I said I wanted to be clear that I've never accepted any money
Yes.
because it was alleged in earlier discussions that money had been exchanged in District 1.
That's
So
what
I
I was
wanted
talking about.
yes, I wanted to set the record straight that I've never accepted any money.
Was that the
Nor
Walker?
have I heard, I don't know what Walker you're referring to.
Okay.
And I've never heard of Council Lady Kimbrough have accepted any money.
Yeah. But you had heard about money changing hands in District 1, and you didn't want to be a part of that, right?
From today's testimony today, it appeared to be alleged that money had been exchanged.
Yeah.
So I wanted to set the record straight that I had never.
You had never?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Just to clarify, she said you have never yourself exchanged money or heard of money being exchanged in District 1. Did I hear your testimony correctly?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing further with this witness.
I don't mean to convert you to a character witness, but I just wonder if you have any basis to know. You said that when you were council member, you made decisions based on, I think, 3 things: planning commission, zoning, and district, constituents' interest. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
correct.
Is that your understanding? Do you have an understanding of how Councilmember Kimbrough approached this matter? You may not. but-
Each time I asked her about it, she basically told me that the constituents were not in favor of it.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilmore, I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
One, did Ms. Kimbrough or anyone else explain to you why they weren't in favor of it?
Based on the constituents, I think it was primarily based on constituents' wishes that it not be built in District 1.
Okay, but they didn't specifically say why they didn't want it built in their district?
No.
Okay. I'm not sure if you're able to answer this or not, but are council members normally involved in negotiating community benefit agreements?
Those community benefit agreements came after my time as Metro Councilwoman.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Senator
you.
Gomer, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sure.
Okay, I'd like to call Mr. Harold Davis as Mrs. Kimbrough's next witness. Good afternoon, Mr. Davis. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Harold Bruce Davis, Jr.
Okay, Mr. Davis, what is your current address?
I live,
I need to swear the witness in.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Davis, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
yes,
Thank you.
I think I'll start over. Would you state your full name for the record, Mr. Davis?
Harold Bruce Davis, Jr.
Okay, Mr. Davis, what is your current address?
I live at 236 Solness Avenue,
And would you would you tell us a bit about your background, please?
Well, I worked for the state of Tennessee 39 years. My last employment was as job service director. I had many other roles in between that. As chief of federal benefits for 16 years and assistant director. I can go back if you'd like.
Oh, that's fine.
Further.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Now, you attended a fish fry sponsored by Mr. Bond, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and was Mr. Moses in attendance at that fish fry?
He was.
Okay, did you talk to Mr. Moses at the fish fry?
In passing, yes.
Okay, and do you recall the nature of that conversation?
Well, it was at a barbecue, and the barbecue was concerning best brands, and Mr. Moses gave a presentation there concerning best brands and his desire to relocate to District 1.
Did he make any representations about Mrs. Kimbrough make any kind of demands at that barbecue that you heard or talked to him about?
Excuse me, we just need a time frame. We have no idea when this happened.
This is July 12th of this year.
July 12th of 2025.
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Moses was there?
Yes.
And Mr. Bond was there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It was at Mr. Bond's home.
Okay, and what did you hear him say? Him being Mr. Moses.
Okay, Mr. Moses said that was very interested in relocating to District 1, and that he had talked with Councilmember Kimbrough, and he said that she had told him that the community benefit agreement amount would need to be increased to $250,000, and that she would be in charge of determining which nonprofits, which causes would be funded from the funding agreement.
So in that venue, he's saying it's $250,000.
Yes.
Then he changes it, you heard today, to $500,000.
I was astonished when I heard that.
Okay, why were you astonished?
Because of the difference in the amounts and the terms. At the barbecue, the amount was going to be increased to $250,000, and Councilmember Kimbrough was going to be responsible for determining which causes or nonprofits would be receiving the benefits. And from today, it appears that $500,000 was requested in exchange for Councilmember Kimbrough's support.
Now, do you live in the district?
Yes.
Okay, how long have you lived in the district?
3 years.
3 years?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Davis, this is happening at the Joe Bond's house, is that right?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Moses was there?
Yes, he was.
And Ms. Kimbrough was there?
No, Ms. Kimbrough was not there.
She was not there?
No.
And who else had this conversation? Was it just you and Mr. Moses?
No, there were approximately 50 or more people in attendance at that event.
What was the purpose of it?
A neighbor sent me an email, which I have on my cell phone, and she was saying that there was going to be a meeting, and it's something like, let's discuss best brands further. And so I attended the meeting since I live in the district and I'm concerned about the district and whatever companies are going to move there.
Right. So, did you know about this before? Did you know about the project?
Yes.
Were you in favor of it?
I was in favor of it based on what I had heard.
And did the meeting change you one way or the other?
Well, the meeting initially, as it turned out, people were saying something about going to a member at large and pursuing it, and I voiced what I felt would be the appropriate doing it would be to bring to Councilmember Kimbrough's attention that there were some people in favor of the company moving there before anything else was done, and allowing her to express her opinion as to why she was not in favor of it, and that anything else that would be done legitimately and appropriately, but she should be aware that there were people who were in support.
And apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, but apparently everybody at that meeting was in favor of it, right?
Well, it seemed to be. That seemed to be the consensus, yes.
So there was support in the community.
There was some support.
Excuse me, we're talking about July of '25?
Yes.
Okay.
There was support, but as a constituent, Councilmember Kimbrough is our leader. And of course, she has more information than I do about the district. I can only know about my personal situation and my immediate neighbors, but she has broad knowledge of what is going on in the area, and certainly I would defer to her judgment.
Did she ever give you a reason for why it was not good for the community?
She did not want a liquor warehouse in the area.
Why is that?
I suppose I would only be speculating. I can't tell you specifically.
So she said, I don't want a liquor warehouse in my district, and that's it. That's the end of the conversation.
Well, I don't know of anything else.
Did you ever hear her say anything else besides that?
No.
Did she say why she didn't want 200 some odd jobs at a big corporate headquarters in her district?
No, that was never an issue as far as I was concerned. And I felt she's our council member, and as I said, I defer to her judgment.
Yeah, but you never.
I just want to interrupt it. The number 200 employees is not in the record. I mean, that's you testifying by your questioning. It's not in the record. I've looked at this evidence.
Cross-examination in Tennessee is not limited to a record.
No, I understand that, but but it implied a fact that isn't before us, that you can cross-examine and you can go outside the scope of this.
He's free to deny it if it's not true. Did she ever give you any particular reason besides that it's a warehouse for liquor as to why she didn't want it?
I haven't heard of any, no.
You haven't heard of any? Thank you.
Mr. Davis, were you at the meeting on March 27, 2025?
Yes, I was.
You were at that meeting?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when the community benefits plan was produced and presented?
That's right.
Okay. Were you at any prior meetings involving this?
I don't
result?
believe so. I don't remember any other meetings.
Was there a meeting on the following month in April?
I believe that there was, but there
April
was
24th?
right.
Thursday night?
I was present there.
You were at that meeting?
Yes.
We haven't heard testimony on that meeting. Do you recall essentially what Best Friend discussed?
They were not present at that meeting. It was the March meeting, was the last meeting that.
Okay. Was Best Friend discussed in the community meeting on April 24th, that Thursday?
I don't recall that, but there are a lot of other issues that come up, and it's difficult to, without referring to something and going back that far.
Yes, I understand. Okay, thank you.
On the July 12th barbecue, when you said that Mr. Moses mentioned the $250,000 and where it would be going to,
Yes.
was that an announcement to all of the attendees that you mentioned?
Yes,
of
it
the 50?
was. Yes.
So
He
not
gave a
individual?
presentation.
Okay, it was a presentation.
Right.
Can I clarify a couple of things? So at the July 12th Fish Fry at Mr. Vaughn's house, when Mr. Moses presented, did I hear you correctly that he said Councilmember Kimbrough had requested $250,000 for the
Yes.
community? So her
Yes.
name was specifically mentioned as the one who was
Yes.
asking for that amount of money.
Right.
And then you also said that he announced that Councilmember Kimbrough would decide which causes or organizations would receive that money, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Was there anyone else there at the meeting who had anything to say about that, the community benefits agreement, or what Mr. Moses was presenting? Like, was anybody saying, yes, that's right, or no, that's not right, or any other discussion about what he presented?
No.
And did you have any conversations with Councilmember Kimbrough about this topic? Either the amount of the community benefits agreement, or the terms, or where the money would go, anything like that?
Yes, I did. The question, I guess, would be when, and that was at a meeting, I believe, in August, or it was after I had heard that there was an ethics complaint that I advised her that at the meeting that the amount that was stated was $250,000, but I was really astonished when I heard that the complaint, ethics complaint, stated it was $500,000, and about the terms that she wanted it for herself in exchange for her support.
In that conversation with Councilmember Kimbrough, where you basically conveyed to her what had been announced at the fish fry,
Yes.
what did she say in response to you letting her know that this is what Mr. Moses had announced?
She was appreciative of the fact that I had come forward.
Did she say anything else about whether what Mr. Moses had said was she agreed with it or not?
No, other than she said that she wouldn't do anything like that, that she would not require money for her support.
So Councilmember Kimbrough told you in the conversation sometime in August, after the ethics complaint was filed, that she would not have asked Mr. Moses to agree to give the community this amount of money in exchange for her
She said
support.
it was false.
Was any documentation presented by Mr. Moses at the fish fry?
No, I don't remember receiving any kind of documents or anything.
Did he say that the $250 amount would be part of the community benefits program? Or
Yes,
package?
he said that was, initially the amount was $150,000, I believe it was. He said that she had requested that it be increased to $250,000, and that she would be in charge of deciding who was going, what organizations, nonprofits, or causes would be awarded the benefits.
Were you aware either from the March meeting or any subsequent meeting about specific organizations or charities that the community members were proposing as potential recipients of the community benefits gift?
No, it was not.
I have just one follow-up question, if you don't mind. Okay, Mr. Davis, you were asked about people who were for the zoning change for the construction of that facility.
Yeah.
But you are aware that there were a lot of people, more people that were opposed to that
Yes.
construction.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Davis, I appreciate it.
Okay.
And Mr. Davis, was that understanding, what was your understanding based on? You understood that more people were opposed to it. Was that based on the March meeting, any subsequent meetings, talking to the community, one-on-one communications
Well,
you had?
it was based on the March meeting because the communication that I received about the barbecue had said, let's discuss best brands, and these are the people, I guess, who were opposed to it, and there were others in support. I mean, not in support, but I assume that the invitation was to people who might have been wanting it or in agreement with it. And this was to have further discussion about the matter.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Davis, my question was gonna be similar to the chair's question, but it's a little different. Did you ever go to a meeting where people took a vote and voted against this?
No, I wasn't present.
Were you ever
there.
present at a meeting where there was strong community opposition to this project?
No.
Did you conduct any investigation yourself to try to find out what people in the community really thought?
I didn't do any kind of survey, no.
Okay, so your only information or source of information for people being against it is what Ms. Kimbrough said, is that it?
And the people that were at the barbecue.
People at the barbecue were against it?
Oh, you're saying against?
Yes.
Okay, no.
You don't have any direct source other than Ms. Kimbrough for anybody being opposed to this, do you?
Well, there were other people I've heard, casually in casual conversation saying that they were not for it.
Yeah. but not 40 or 50 people at a barbecue or 100 people at the church in March who were all for it.
Well, at the March meeting, I was not. I had to leave
Yeah.
early.
But you heard about it, didn't you, Mr. Davis?
I was at the March meeting, but I left before it ended.
Okay.
So there were many things that might have happened in my absence.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
at
know.
that March meeting, wasn't it pretty clear that there was overwhelming support?
Not really.
What do you base that on?
Based on the audience reaction to the presentation.
If somebody testified in this hearing, and I think you were in the room when he did it, that most of the hands went up in favor of it, would you dispute that?
I didn't see any hands go up.
I say, that you're basing what you're telling us on hearsay. Did you hear about it later, that hands went up?
No.
Okay.
We are gonna just take a courtesy break for 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We are taking a courtesy break for 5 minutes. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. And Mr. Davis, if you will want to stand, but
Okay.
you're still on under oath.
Okay, all right,
So you won't have
okay.
to be.
Can't get upstairs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dang, see, you did it. Oh, how you doing?
I was thinking about you.
Huh?
I was thinking about you. You guys got this football coach and something.
Oh, yeah. my God, oh, that's right. I said that. He's the introvert. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the community has that a margin in the community. And I was at the meeting, and I disagreed with them. But they said no. And they, Joy, but they had all no. And then also, what happened that the people live out
It's a tough job. It's tough me just standing up over all day, just trying to follow everyone.
It's a tough unpaid job.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for it.
You remember that? Before y'all decided to sell. You know, that's so funny. Oh yeah. And my okay. Still there, taking over. Everybody's taking it. Doing a good job. I'm here for you.
You did a great job.
I saw it and I jumped out of my seat.
I'm silent if I'm here.
You are very
I
silent.
said 10 minutes, but we had to go to the office, get something. So, 10 minutes down the building.
So we're waiting for them.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. No, you're good. Just meandering. Yeah, I saw there's a fountain right there. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I do. I'm doing fine. I'm going over dress. Look. How old is your son? Oh, you got a young son. My son
That's right. Thank you. Let's get married and have children. You want patience with them? Yeah. Because when you're young, and when you're young, you move in. I remember one time, Erica came home from college. First year that time, I apologized to her. She said, "Oh, my mom was because I'm sorry. Taking me until she's back." I can't even remember everything, but she was.
I'm gonna tell her just give me a thumbs up right before she starts.
Yeah. This is so unfortunate. This is dragging your reputation.
It's one of that, when I'm so now I just, good. Yeah, if you don't have this, I didn't have my phone, so I could call it. Yes, right. It's like you're trying to call. Nobody's trying to. That's like how you doing? Yes. Okay.
You know, it's been a long time ago now. All right, bye-bye then.
No, I got you.
Okay, we're gonna give everyone a 2-minute warning. We're gonna get started in 2 minutes. So if you can go back to your seats, 2 minutes.
Before we start to actually try something, see if I can get everyone to double. I don't think we left.
Yeah. Well, you know, you go to different parts of the country.
Yeah, because he told me he was back when I was coming out there.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That's way back, you know, way back when I was on the 90s.
Oh, yes. My last civil
Oh, really? Okay.
and I got a restriction. I won. I hope it's small. Did you ever meet him? He and Joe both.
I think you should be able to hear everyone.
How many years practicing?
This is my third, fifth, and third.
Positioning towards this, so, yeah, like anybody sees someone else like, it should be amplified. Because that's the only one that is connected to the speaker. Just trying to, yeah.
That's
Okay, we're going to get started. Okay, we're going to continue. Mr. Davis, you are still under oath.
Okay.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I'm sorry. Thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Davis. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Okay.
Waiting for my tech person. I'm sorry. Where'd she go? My next witness will be Miss Lisa Proctor.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Proctor, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mrs. Proctor. Thank you for coming. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Lisa Jane Proctor,
Mrs. Proctor, what is your address?
4129 Drive, Fork Road in Whites Creek,
How long have you lived at that address, Mrs. Proctor?
21 and a half years.
Okay. And I believe that that is District 1, correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you actively involved in District 1 affairs?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you ever attend the meetings held by Mrs. Kimbrough?
Yes, I do.
All right. And did you attend meetings before Mrs. Kimbrough was elected?
Our council person prior to Ms. Kimbrough being elected did not hold community meetings very often, so no, I did not attend them. However, Whites Creek was divided into 2 districts, so I attended District 3 meetings pertaining to Whites Creek where I live. But I have been attending all of the community meetings except for I think one regarding Best Brands.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you about this March 27, 2025 meeting that you've heard discussed here today.
Yes.
Were you in attendance at that meeting?
Yes, I was.
Okay. There's been a lot of talk about the sentiment there at the meeting. Did you have a sense as to what the sentiment was regarding the Best Brands request for a zoning change?
Well, up until that point, I felt like the majority of the community that lives, of course, closest to this proposed development was against it. I walked into the meeting at March 27th and was surprised to see nearly a full church with invited D1 residents that normally do not attend the meeting. I felt like it was stacked, to just be frank, by the presenters. And the overwhelming sentiment on that side of the room was in support. And then there were the ones that had been following this development all along that had been in negotiations, if you will. There wasn't a whole lot of negotiations that I saw, but were primarily against.
Okay. Now, you said you'd been to all of the meetings.
Except for maybe one. There were an awful lot.
Okay. And did you attend all of the meetings regarding the discussion of the request for the zoning change?
Yes.
Before the March 27,
Yes.
25 meeting?
Yes, the community meetings that were held to discuss Best Brands prior to Councilwoman Kimbrough becoming our council person.
Okay. And do you have a sense of the sentiment in those meetings?
Oh, yes, it was against.
Okay.
There were a few supporters, but primarily from the first one I attended at the Northwest Y. At first it was fact-finding, and then it was concerns of traffic, environmental impact, land use, zoning policy, did not, and that's the reason why the Planning Commission did ultimately deny their request.
Okay. And was that a unanimous vote by the Planning Commission?
Yes, it was 6-0.
6-0, okay. And you talked about the environmental hazards, environmental problems, traffic problems. Those were all concerns of the people in District 1, correct?
Yes, the people that were living nearby, and also persons such as me, which I live 5 miles from it, but I do drive by there. But I'm an advocate for environmental protection and preservation.
You contacted Mrs. Kimbrough after that meeting, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
By email.
By email. Okay. I think we have that email up for the benefit of the members of the body. Membership email is in evidence. And you sent her this email. Why did you send her this email, if you recall?
After attending, that was a Thursday night, and I saw what I felt like was, I don't really know how to put it. I had not seen a community meeting held in such a fashion in which it became so contentious and offensive by some of the community members for trying to force a vote. It was not a kumbaya moment, if you will. And after 3 or 4 days, I think it was Tuesday, that's when I wrote it, Tuesday, April 1st, that morning. I'd been thinking on it all weekend, and I felt like that she needed to know my opinion.
Yeah. And we have this email up, and the members of the body have it, and I'm going to read it. And you wrote, "Dear Council Member Kimbrough, thank you for hosting the recent D1 community meeting. So grateful for your service to our community. I was surprised to see Best Brands return to request this meeting. I wish they had moved on to find a more appropriate area that is already zone IR. Wishful thinking." That's you, right? He said, "Having attended nearly all of their meetings since early 2023, I still stand opposed to the rezoning." You're not the only one, correct?
Correct.
As I said then and still do, they made an unwise business decision by purchasing that defective property for their industrial expansion and expect the community to solve the ingress and egress problem for them, correct?
Correct.
They should sell and move on. And any future buyer should not be bailed out either. If anything, the property needs to be returned to AR2A to comport with the neighboring properties west along Ashland City Highway and to also align with the policy of T2RM. My question is, what is AR2A?
Agricultural use.
Okay, and then what is T2RM?
There are different overlying policies created by Nashville Next in the general plan. Urban, suburban, rural, and T2 is rural, and RM is rural maintenance in a zoning language. So I was, and that was the findings of the planning commission, that it is a rural maintenance policy. And underlying that was this outlier IR tract that became that in 1996. It has an interesting history behind that parcel that they purchased. But there's no IR on that west side. Is that, the north side that I'm aware of, Ashland City Highway. So this is a real, in my mind, a defective piece of property for someone to develop.
You also said, and I quote, "Nothing has changed in 2 years with their proposal other than 3 things, none of which warrant a zone change." And you wanted to name the 3 things. 1, Best Brands finally presented an artist rendition of the proposed building along with handouts that I assume their consultant, you have that in quotes, recommended and prepared, along with filling the room with people that have been lured into thinking this is a good thing for the district. What did you mean by that?
I think that's pretty self-evident, what I meant by that. I felt like that a community, well, I won't go so far as to saying that. It's the shiny penny analogy.
And you talk about that in the next point number 2. A paltry CBA offering of $30,000 a year for 5 years in attempt to dangle a carrot to those same people. Number 3, a community liaison appointment. Is that correct? I'm reading that correct?
That's correct. Those are the 3 things that I saw different in that meeting.
You go on to say, "I understand why they felt the need to, quote, market, end quote, and lobby this large warehouse to D1, since 7 meetings didn't produce a majority consensus for approval. Organizing community members that are high profile was a smooth move on their part. How many of them live by this site? That being said, I still disagree based on the land use policy as outlined in Nashville Next, and are not impressed with the dog and pony shows. The closest neighbors should weigh in again, not a stacked room. Okay, now, what did you mean by that?
I think it's pretty self-evident. And I don't mean to laugh on it. This is a very serious situation. Best Brands has taken up the community's time for 2 years in trying to get this through. I'm a community advocate, land use policy. I like that's just kind of something I'm always very interested into, and protection, like I was saying. So I just feel like they've just continued to waste our time, and by attrition, I think that's the word that's used, and by fatigue, the people will eventually go away. And we see that not just with this developer, but other developers. If they have enough meetings and if it's drug on long enough, we don't show up and they get what they want. And I stuck with this one because I'm not, let me just say, I have friends that are in Cato Road, but I'm a D1 constituent, and when the campaign was being run for our council person, every single one of the candidates got up and said that they would be against industrialization of D1. Every one of them stated that because that's what D1 felt was important, that it didn't become an industrial area. And this is an industrial development. Sorry, I can go on.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You go underwrite this 350,000 square foot warehouse is 7.02 acres in size, plus the parking lot, which will be a huge environmental impact to the land and will potentially cause increased flooding downstream in the Bordeaux area. That's a huge, that's all caps huge, rooftop to displace water runoff. Is that from a study that you concluded?
No, it's after attending as many meetings that I have through the last 6 years or so, it's just common knowledge that, you know, the developers will tell you that they will have enough retention ponds, et cetera, built, but they're not building to higher standards than stormwater, and stormwater standards, I would argue, are not stringent enough.
You're going to talk about jobs in this email to Mrs. Kimbrough, and you're right. The promise of jobs is the same old story they gave us 2 years ago. When I asked Ryan Moses at that time how many, quote, new, end quote, employees he would be hiring, it was a nominal amount. I'm glad that someone else in the audience asked him again last week. Sounds like about 30 new hires, a minimal amount. And you wrote that based upon a question asked by one of the attendees at the meeting, correct?
Yes, early on when we were at the Northwest Y, or one of the meetings, I don't remember, that was posed a question to him on number of employees. And upon getting down into it, we realized that out of the 286 employees, that was not going to be new hires. only a portion. And so I think we couldn't get him into a real number, but it seemed like it was between 30 and 50.
You're going to write, the planning department outlined reasons for disapproval at the May 25th, 2023 meeting. I have attached the meetings for your convenience. Please refer to item 27 for the details. Do you recall what item 27 was, by chance?
Yes, that was the actual case that came.
Excuse me, wait a minute. We have to be fair here. I don't want you referring to.
Oh, right, I understand.
Please don't look at your phone if it's not. I thought it was this.
I'm just having a hard time reading it because of my eyesight.
Well, is it just this email that you're looking at?
Yes.
Well, she can have a copy of.
I can, that's okay.
Okay.
I remember
I just wanna make
page
sure that-
27 is what I was pulling up.
No, but I don't think we got. I don't
It's
think
an
we have that
attachment.
document.
It was in the exhibit. It's the next page.
It's an exhibit.
It's from
There's
the
no-
minutes from,
So
is that correct,
Yeah.
Mr. Keller?
Yes, ma'am.
What number is it then?
That's it, that's it.
What number is it?
That's
14B. Okay. Okay. If it's an exhibit.
it's there. It was provided.
May I see it on my phone?
Yes, absolutely. It's in the
Okay.
exhibits. Yes,
May
it
I
was
see it
produced.
on my
Yes,
phone?
it was produced. Yes.
Chair,
It's
it's looking at me.
It's
The only comment I would make is, how is this relevant to the issue before the board?
It goes to context, Your Honor, just like theirs.
Where's the
Is it
microphone?
relevant? Well, why is this relevant? Why is this email relevant to the issue before the board?
She's a recipient witness of the community's reaction over several meetings over 2
But
years.
that's not an issue before the board. The board is here to decide whether there was money demanded by the council.
Well, as your direct case, throughout your direct case, you talked about the support for the program.
I think most of that was initiated by the board, not by council.
Yeah, I think, I'm calling this relevant, and you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If any board member disagrees, they can speak up.
Okay, and what was number 27?
I'm sorry, hold on, just doing that. Okay, item 27 was, there was a link I sent to her. Excuse me.
So, okay, this is my confusion. We have 14C is draft minutes, but that didn't open a document.
May I
Yes,
answer that?
Yes.
When I sent the email to her, I had a link to the minutes.
Okay, yes, I
of
understand
the-
that.
And, okay, that's not in here.
It's not it's not
The
produced.
link was not in here
The link-
showing the entire.
Yes.
And item 27 is on the agenda of the Metro Planning Commission from May of 2023.
That was my understanding, and because it wasn't produced,
Oh, okay.
I don't want you to
That's fine.
look at it. But you can talk again, what's in your mind, what you remember, you can tell us what you remember.
Sure, and that's the page there, from the minutes. May I speak to that?
Yes.
Thank you. In that, it was a 6-0 disapproval for Best Friends with Metro Planning Commission. And there was conversation between the planning director and Ms. Milligan, there that a community plan amendment would be needed in order to make this zoning change. That's it.
Thank you. And you go on to write, I highlight Director Kemp's statement and Lisa Milligan's additional remarks, which call for a community plan, amendment. Without that, I believe they are continuing to waste yours, planning's, and the community's time. One last thought. The fear of what might come next cannot be the reason to approve a project before us. I really am uncomfortable with the threats they made at the meeting of, quote, something worse, end quote. The community has the power to make those decisions under your leadership. Thank you for your time and consideration in reading my opinion. You talked about the fear of what might come next. What did you mean by that?
At that meeting in March of 2025, when Best Brands consultants provided the presentation, they spent a portion of their presentation telling us that it could very well be another recycling center or some type of nefarious or toxic development across the street from the dump, and that we needed to take what we could get, which would be this warehouse, and those, I felt like they were using fear to convince the people that were there in the community, because do you want a dump or an extension of the dump, or do you want a warehouse?
And that was being conveyed by
The presenters from Best Brand that he had hired, his consultants, that was part of their presentation. It was a pretty good point.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Ms. Proctor? So the parcel of land that's across from the landfill, there's a portion of it that's already owned by Best Brands, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and that portion is already zoned industrial, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if they wanted to, they could go ahead and do what they wanted to on that part of the land, is that right?
They told us that they could build less than 200,000 square foot there, and there would be an access problem onto Ashland City Highway that is facing, the way I get the map, where there's a median and you can't turn but one way out of there because of the median. So they needed to acquire or do that land swap in order to have ingress and egress.
Okay, and so the threat.
That's my understanding.
Right. The threat at the meeting was if we're not allowed to do the project at the scale that we would like, we'll sell what we already own and somebody else worse could come in and do something here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That was my understanding.
While we have an interruption, well, I'll let you finish.
No, go ahead, man.
It's a bit of a different point, so I'll let you
Oh, go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead. I'll defer to you.
Okay. So you, at the meetings, so just about, we're trying to understand the land and this complex real estate transaction. Was there some land swap with the church that was necessary before? What was the community being told about who owned what land or the land swap with the church?
This was probably one of the most I don't know the word, it's not complex, but it was confusing when they came originally to us and said they had the church representatives were there along with themselves meeting with us back in 2023, and they were presenting a land swap, saying in order for us to be able to build the size warehouse we need to do a land swap with the church that owns this property, Church of the Living God, and in exchange, our backside of the property, the church will be able to build a convention center. So what we heard in the first few meetings was primarily the church asking us, please do this, and for us, because we would love to be able to have this convention center. And we were, to be frank, I mean, I went home and went, this is really strange kind of bedfellows, you know, liquor distribution in a church. But whatever, you know, business is business. And then the church just fell off. I didn't see the church representatives after a few meetings. And then when I go to the March meeting, the church is nowhere to be found as far as their representatives who do a presentation. They did a presentation every time at the community meetings. Does that help answer your question?
It does.
And so then I asked Ryan at that meeting, I got up And I said, have you acquired the church property? Because I was still under the assumption that it was two owners and they hadn't done the deal. And he said, yes, we own the property. And that's part of, I think, the exhibit. So I was like, okay, so you have purchased it, but I don't know that he has.
But at the March meeting, when they were making the presentation with the markup and the illustration of the building and the community, I guess the community benefits project for the 30,000 plus, when all that was being presented, there was specifically a question, do you own the property? That, had you bought the property, I guess, from the church or swapped it?
Or did the swap,
And
the transaction.
The
Transaction.
transaction. And the community was told that Best Brand owns it.
Yes, and
On
he
March
told me, and then another person who got up, who lives on Cato Road, was confused and said, so to reiterate, just to make sure, you own this property now that you're requesting the SP on, and he said yes. And I have looked on the registered deeds site, and I do not see a deed. The existing recorded deed is under the Church of the Living God.
Okay, thank you.
When's the last time you checked on that?
Yesterday.
Well, I think Mr. Moses testified earlier that the deal hasn't closed yet. So I think it's in the record that Best Brands does not in fact own the piece of land as of today that they're seeking to rezone.
I understand that, but I don't know why he told, and it's on the video, that he told the entire community that attended that meeting that they do own the property.
Yes, I understand. I understand your testimony is previously Mr. Moses represented that Best Brands had in fact acquired the property, but as we sit here today, it shouldn't be disputed by the parties that they do not in fact own that parcel.
Thank you.
I think the important part of that, you said representation?
Yes.
It was a misrepresentation.
Yes.
Okay, that the property was owned by Best Buy.
Best Brands.
Best Brand, excuse me. Best Buy trying to buy that land. Okay, so, but that was an absolute lie, was it not?
It's really hard for me to say that. I do say I felt like it was an untruth.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Ms. Proctor, in any of your attendance at the meetings about this project or private discussions with the council member or others who have knowledge of it, have you heard of the council member asking either Ryan Moses or anyone else with Best Friend for any amount of money, either as a community benefit or otherwise, in exchange for the support to rezone the property?
No.
Thank you.
Is it Ms. Proctor, is that correct? Ms. Proctor, you live in Whites Creek?
Yes, I do.
How far is your house from this land that we're talking about?
We're about 5 miles. But I drive by there to go to the farm, Bell's Bend Farm. It's on the way to Bell's Bend.
Would you classify yourself as an activist?
I don't really, I'm more of an advocate.
Okay, but a fairly
Active person. I am retired now, and I am a president of a neighbors organization, a nonprofit in Whites Creek, but that has nothing really to do with this. But that over the years, that's why I've been involved with these development issues.
And I think you testified that you went to all the meetings regarding this.
No, I said I think I missed one. Mr.
You missed
Yarborough?
one? How many?
Or two, maybe.
How many did you attend?
Well, it seemed like there was about 5. It's hard to say, 4 or 5.
Did you go to one in August?
August of
This year?
a community meeting in August. Was it about best friends? Can you help me here?
Yes.
Jog my memory.
Have you been in the room all morning, all afternoon?
Yes.
Did you hear the testimony about an August meeting by Mr.
I may
Davis?
have stepped out to go to the restroom.
Okay, so you don't know if you were at the August meeting or not?
Can we just refer to it as a fish fry, which is a little bit more evocative?
Thank
from-
you.
from
I was
Murray?
thinking we're Word of Life. District 1 community meeting is, but
You
you're not.
So you remember the fish fry?
Oh, no, I did not attend it.
Did not go?
I did hear of it. I did receive an invitation, but I did not go.
Who invited you?
I received, I wouldn't say an invitation, I received notice of it from former state Representative Gary Moore of Jolton.
Okay. What's his interest in this?
I have no idea.
Okay. But you apparently were at the church meeting in March of this year, is that
Oh,
right?
yes, sir.
And you said something in your email about them forcing a vote. What did you mean by that?
Well, have you seen the video of the, I guess I shouldn't be asking you questions.
Probably
You're
not.
okay.
Yeah. I'm not under oath, and I don't know if they believe me anyway. So we just let me ask the question.
Okay, I'm so sorry. As that meeting went on and on and on ad nauseum, almost to that point, in my opinion, it became clear that Nick Leonardo, who had been one of the presenters, stood up and said, we need a vote. Let's just call a vote now. And that's the forced vote. And then some hands went up, of course mine didn't, and I'm sitting at the front of the church pew, so I don't see anything behind me, right?
And you didn't look?
I looked over to my left, and I knew everyone to the left was gonna be there, raising their hands.
So there are a lot of hands to the left?
There were, yeah, but there were also hands
And they were in favor of it?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
They were, invited to be there.
You say of course, why of course?
May I just say again, I'll just reiterate that the District 1 community meetings are attended usually by the same people that are interested in the community, and then as developments or rezonings come in, then it brings in more people.
Yeah.
And this one was extraordinarily well attended.
Yeah. So there were a lot of people there that were for it, right?
There were a lot of people there that had been lured into thinking it was a good idea.
How did you know that? How did you know that, Ms. Proctor?
When I saw for the first time that there was a community benefit, this is the first time I ever saw a community benefits agreement or heard of one in that presentation.
Yeah.
I felt like that had been marketed to the community as a carrot, if you will.
Yeah. You're opposed to that?
Not necessarily, it's just the way you handle that type of business. And if it's transparent, and if it's discussed, there are ways to do that. In fact, there's another one over in Whites Creek right now, in which there's a very popular community benefits agreement that's attached to the development.
Well, if you have taken such a great interest in District 1 zoning matters, did you attend any meetings concerning the Walker trucking issue?
I don't know that that's relevant.
Pardon?
I don't know
I'm
that
gonna
that's
object to
relevant.
that.
I don't, is that,
Ma'am, let me-
I'm not going to
Have
speak
you
to
been
that.
told that it was not relevant?
Ma'am,
I believe-
No, excuse me, we have, the council is standing, it means he has an objection.
Thank you.
So let's let him speak.
Thank you, Mr. Keller.
That question has absolutely no relevance to the proceedings before the body. The relevant issues, the issues before the body is whether or not Ms. Kimbrough demanded a payment of $500,000 for the sole control of that money. And that question is not relevant. Doesn't prove she did it, doesn't prove she did not do it.
Okay, so I feel a bit of a yo-yo in this proceedings, that we sometimes go large and we sometimes go small, and we're gonna take a pause, and we're, as a board, are gonna I'm gonna get thoughts of the board. we are, I think as a board, we wanna understand how community benefits agreements work, because that seems to be an issue here. If there's I don't know if the question that's being asked is trying to get whatever the information is about Walker Inn involves a community benefits agreement in this general area, which could provide information, or it could be completely irrelevant. What are folks thinking on this one?
I think I would only be interested in hearing from this witness if she has any knowledge of prior negotiations of community benefits agreements involving this council member. I'd like to know if that's the subject matter that she's able to speak on, because then that would inform whether this council member has been involved in that before, in the negotiations between the community and the developer, and to what extent that involvement may have taken, so that we would know if she was doing the same sort of thing in this instance or something different.
Yeah, and to that point, this witness did mention, and I was gonna get back to it, you did mention negotiations. You used the word negotiations early on, so that ties into it. Any other thoughts from board members?
Did you also just state that the March 27th meeting was the first time you heard about the community benefits? Or
Yes,
any
yes,
thoughts on that?
and with Best Brands, yes.
I'm not 100% sure that it's completely relevant. I mean, if it's another ethical issue for another instance, then that would just be another hearing.
So does the board, we have consensus that we will disallow this question and allow the cross-examination to continue? Yes?
I'm not sure what this question was getting at, but if it's getting at prior negotiations of community benefit agreements involving this council member, I think it is relevant. But if the other members of the board disagree, then that's fine. But it's not clear to me what the question is getting at, because we haven't allowed him to finish it.
Right, it's the, right. So you would have it, say it's yes, I agree with that. If this relates to her knowledge of another instance of negotiating a community benefits agreement with a developer and Councilmember Kimbrough, if that is the testimony that you are seeking to elicit, I think we'd agree that that's relevant, yes?
Okay, thank you.
Is that what you're seeking? Okay, so.
Yes.
And if it's anything other than that, we're asking you not, we're saying it's not relevant.
Normally, Ms. Proctor, I would ask the court reporter to read the question back, but that's not possible here. Basically, the question is, have you ever heard in conversations with Kimbrough anything about the Walker Trucking Company negotiations involving a community benefit plan?
No, nothing about a community benefit plan.
What is your experience with those plans?
I understand that some districts do use them. Council people do and communities enter into negotiations in order to receive monetary contributions. I can cite an example if you'd like, but I don't have to, and it's not with this council person.
Well, because we've had such a long
time,
a far-ranging direct examination of you, do you think those things are ethical yourself?
I don't. Okay. That's not relevant.
Is that a simultaneous ruling?
I'm sorry.
All right. Ms. Proctor, would you agree that the bottom
bottom line is that you oppose this and you were gonna do whatever it took to try to block it from happening?
I would agree with the first, and the second is a little extreme.
Little extreme. But you'd go to meetings and, were you on the bus today?
No, sir,
Okay.
but that's okay, you know.
Okay. I guess the last thing I would say about this, or ask you about it, the environmental impact of a warehouse and an office right down the street from a landfill, what could possibly affect the environment by this development?
Have you heard of the Nashville Highland Rim Forest?
Again, your role is to
Oh, I'm
answer,
so sorry.
mine to ask.
I apologize,
Yes.
that was rude. I'm sorry. There's the Nashville Highland Rim Forest, which is now has been studied, and it is in the western part of Davidson County, and it is, well, there's the Highland Rim Forest, and then there's Nashville's. And the Nashville Highland Rim Forest is the world's largest urban forest based on our population here in Davidson County. This development is part of the forest, of a recognized national forest.
Okay.
I mean, not national, but, not recognized by the federal government.
Now, is this the same one that Radnor Lake is a part of?
Yes, sir, it goes from Radnor to
Yeah.
Beeman to Bells Bend and
Okay.
wraps all the way around the western.
And you're saying that the corner of Ashland City Highway and Briley Parkway is part of a forest?
I believe, well, that's a forested area there, and so yes, I believe, I'd have to look at the map, but I do believe that it is part of the forest there. But there is steep slope from what I understand. There's potential for flooding if you take off the trees, and the flooding that would go to Bordeaux.
Well, of course. But you're aware, I think one of the board members already asked you if you were aware that this is already zoned industrial.
Right, it is, and it.
Yeah, well, but it's zoned
But
industrial.
the neighboring
So you wanna go
property-
backwards, you want it to be rezoned agriculture.
In order for it to comport with policy, land use policy.
Have you, talked to Councilperson, Kimbrough about trying to change the zoning of that parcel?
I haven't spoken to her about it, no, but
But that's your real goal here, isn't it?
does that, no, I shouldn't ask him questions, I'm sorry. No, a yes or no would suffice.
Yeah.
What was the question again, please, sir?
I think I'll withdraw it. I think it's been answered. Thank you.
Do you have?
I do. We are so bereft of information about how community benefit agreements get developed in this Metro Nashville. And I don't know if council, if you're gonna go there at all, but I sense that's something we need to hear. So, and this witness said she has some familiarity with another instance of a community benefits agreement, and you said negotiated by the district council and the community and the developer. It feels like it's a three-way type of conversation. Is that your understanding? Your experience of how it's worked in other instances?
Did you say with the community, the council person, and the developer? Yes, ma'am.
It's a kind of a three-way
Yes, it
conversation.
is.
That's all I have in this witness.
Okay.
I do have another question. When you said the March 27th meeting, when you first heard about the community benefits presentation, what was the number that was given that you heard that day?
The presentation board showed 150,000 total. It would be 30,000 per year for 5 years, is what was on the presentation, plus I believe the handout that they gave to everyone said that.
And you described that amount, the 30,000 for 5 years, as paltry in the exhibit. What was your comparison? What was your thinking on that tip?
Let me see if I can word this the best. I found it offensive that they wanted to offer that for a large industrial complex that was going to have a lot of environmental impact. So I felt like the word paltry was probably brought out from frustration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Not done.
My next witness is Kimberly Hodge Shaw. Shaw Hodge.
Ms. Hodge, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Hodge, and thank you for coming. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
It's Kimberly Joy Hodge,
Mrs. Hodge, what is your current address?
3856 Abernathy Road, Nashville, Tennessee, 37218.
How long have you lived at that address?
Over 11 years.
Okay, are you a resident in District 1?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, were you at that March 27th, 2025 meeting?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, it was said that there was a question raised about the number of jobs that Best Brands would be bringing. Were you the person that posed that question?
I was.
And
Yes,
what
sir.
was the nature of your question?
So one of the things that they tried to present in the presentation is, and sell as a major point of the presentation, was all the jobs that they would be bringing to North Nashville, to our district, District 1. And so in listening to everything that was said, then I asked the question because they currently have a warehouse and it is out in, I believe it's like the Laverne area. And so my question was, you keep talking about 300 jobs, but how many of those employees that currently work at your facility are coming with you? And so the response was that there would be 300 jobs. They currently have, I believe, 268 employees. It would be left up to them if they would want to come or not, but based upon, I would say the employees that were there, you can tell that they have a good following of employees. So then my question was, so really how many employees will that bring to District 1? And it was about 32 to 40 employees, depending on how many employees came with them. That was what was probably guaranteed, maybe 30 to 40, but if all the employees came with them. If not, then they said they would preference District 1 first for new employees.
Okay, did you recommend waiting or tabling the vote?
I did, because we had several people that were there who lived on Cato Road, and they were voicing concerns. One gentleman said that the real reason we were here because they needed access to be able to make a left turn, because based upon what the property they currently have, they cannot be able to do that. And so he had voiced concerns about he works from home, and so the number of trucks that would be coming in and out every day would be disruptive to him. There was also another lady that lived on Cato Road, and she had voiced concerns and said that she felt like the community needed to meet with the people that lived on Cato Road. And typically, and I will say, I attend every meeting. I have attended every meeting since I became District 1. Even though I've lived there for 11 years, I was part of District 2 until they did the rezoning. So I was with Ms. Toombs. But since that, I have attended every meeting that is at World of Life, Cathedral Praise, and at the library. I don't go to the Scottsboro or any of those meetings. Let me make that very clear. So not all meetings of District 1, but I do attend the ones that directly impact where I live. And so in saying that, based upon the community people that were there, the people that lived in that neighborhood that it would directly impact, I felt that it was imperative that they have a voice, that they go and meet with them and get their concerns and hear how they felt, because that's who it's going to directly impact. So I asked for it to be tabled, as consistently we do. Ms. Kimbrough usually says you need to go and speak to the people that directly live around it. And so that's a common practice that has been done since she has taken office. And so that's the practice that I felt should be followed.
And did you have a concern about the tactics that are being used to force that zoning change?
I did. Ms. Baker, the consultant they had hired, when she initially presented, there was a question about whether she was getting paid. And that was a contentious situation between, and I would say Ms. Kimbrough quickly shut that down and said that we are not going to be going back and forth at this meeting. But based upon that, she presented that as a business decision, if Mr. Mosley could not be able to get this to pass, as a business decision, that it might be that he sell it to make it a landfill or another recycling. And so later on in that conversation, that's when she first presented it. But even at the end, I made the comment, we are presented with two evils because the community had spoken. And I even said in this meeting, and I talked to, and it was directed towards Mr. Dixie and as well as Mr. Nick. The community has spoken multiple times, and planning has all of us, or the community, because I was not in the district at the time when they first had the meeting, but the community clearly opposed this multiple times. So I directed my comment towards them. I don't understand why you all have asked for this to come back again when you've had 4 or 5 meetings where the community has said no, but you all have requested it. And so what I told them is, as elected officials, if your community speaks and they say no, it is important that you listen to them and not try to go behind them and have something come that the community clearly does not support. So then to Mr. Mosley, I said, because we are presented with a plan of 2 evils here, I'm going to pick the less evil, and I would go with the liquor warehouse versus another dump over here that's going to impact us in a different way. And Mr. Mosley, he did say that was not what he was trying to present. But he said and he said this himself, as a business decision, if he could not get it, then he would have to look at selling it, and that might be an option. But that is not his plan. That he wanted to have District 1, he wanted to come over here, he wanted to bring his business over here, and that he wanted to be part of District 1.
No further questions.
Is it Ms. Shaw?
It's Ms. Hodge.
Ms. Hodge, but that's Kimberly?
Yes, it's Kimberly,
okay.
yes.
Kimberly Shaw Hodge, okay. In the March 27th meeting that you attended, and the presentation was made about the community benefit agreement totaling $150,000. Did you hear Ms. Kimbrough make any statements in regard to that amount, or just the idea of having a community benefit agreement?
No, ma'am. So she did not. Honestly, she didn't even really speak on. She doesn't really speak a whole lot at the meeting. She lets the community, like, she'll present someone, but she doesn't really go into detail. She wants the community, she wants to hear what the community has to say. And so no, she did not address the $150,000. That was presented by them. They brought the presentation, the boards. And they did a wonderful job of the presentation. I will say the best that we've ever had from anyone as far as presenting what they wanted to do and everything. So, but no, she did not. It was their consultants and Mr. Mosley that were doing the speaking.
And have you ever heard Councilmember Kimbrough speak about this community benefit agreement or any amount of money that would be needed for her support?
No, not that would be needed. We've had other builders that have come in that have also said that they would do, like, whatever they say, whatever the community wants, we'll do. So it's really about the community speaking to it, because I will admit this wholeheartedly, even when they presented the $150,000, based upon the information that they gave to us, they had a list of all these other entities that they had given money to, and I was the one that said, if you're doing this annually as $136,000 to, and I totaled it up, I did the math, and I think it was like $122,000 a year, then for over 5 years of, and let me be very clear, I don't know about community benefits, okay, but only based upon the presentation that was given. I felt like that they should be able to say that they would give more over 5 years. But no, Ms. Kimbrough she does not speak to that. She does not demand anything. She does not ask questions about it. It is the community members that are there that are always going to speak to it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see what's been said about the multiple hands going up during the March 27th meeting?
Yes, ma'am. I was there the entire meeting. So Mr. Nick got up and demanded for a vote to be taken. And at that time, and let me say this, so again, I attend every meeting that is in my area. That day, 60% of those people that were there, never seen them a day in my life, and never have seen them before, and never have seen them since, okay? So the 60% that were there for, and even those people, because we started asking, as people that are there all the time, where do you live? Do you even live over here? Some of those people did not even live in our district. They were employees or they were other people. So therefore, yes, there were plenty of people that raised their hands, but the people that are consistently at that meeting, the people that live in District 1, the people that attend every meeting, we all were opposed to it. Everyone that had knowledge of, besides maybe a few people, like, you know, like Mr. Bond and them, yes. But there were, the majority of the people that are there all the time, they were opposed to it. But yes, I did see the hands go up. I would not say by that time we were well into the meeting. So probably at least a third of the people had already left that meeting at that time because it was such a long meeting.
And do you remember, maybe verbatim, maybe not, the exact question that was asked prior to their hands being raised?
Mr. Nick just said, let's take a vote. And then at that point, all in favor, and then Ms. Kimbrough was like, no, we're not doing that. First of all, he's not the person that, she made it clear that he could not call for the vote. That was the council person, and everybody was saying this at the same time, that he did not have the authority to call for the vote. And then she made it very clear, we still have people that want to speak. We are going to hear from everyone, so we will not call a vote until everyone has had the opportunity to speak. And even after that, there were several people that had many comments after that. So the meeting was not over, and it was not time for a vote to be called. Also, let me make this clear. Consistently, at the beginning, when she first got elected, we did do raising of hands, okay? But what we found is that the people that were directly impacted and needed to hear may not have been at the meeting. So what she had started doing, and this was well before even this meeting, this March meeting, she was no longer taking votes of raising the hand. What she was doing was she was saying she would hear from the community, and then she would say, you need to go directly to the people that live on that road or the people that are around there. You need to speak to them, and then we can come back together. Now, she would get a consensus of what the people there were saying and how they felt, but she did not, you know, and even I will say we had an individual who came 5 different times, and everybody at that meeting, those 5, well, 3 or 4 of those meetings supported. And then at the 4th meeting, we had people that lived on that road that were there and were against it, and she shut it down. And this was on the 2nd reading in council. She shut that down so that the community that were directly impacted could have a voice.
And then you mentioned the presentation, a well presentation that they presented on the 27th. Do you feel, what do you believe was, like, I guess mostly highlighted in that presentation? That
when I say well, I'm talking about, so we have so many people that come to us and they just say, this is what I'm planning to do. They don't present anything. They don't have any renderings, nothing. They have nothing. They just say, oh, well, we want to do this over here on this property right here, and this is our plan. They had a video up on the screen. They had little markers all around. So that's when I'm saying it was, they actually came with something for us to view, which we don't get that a lot. As far as what they presented or what they were offering, the jobs, I've already spoke on that. The community benefits agreement, I've already spoke on that. The other thing that they were talking about was the community liaison. I mean, we have a council person, so for me, she is our voice because we actually elected her. and the votes, how she got into office. So all the things that they presented to try to entice the individuals, for that right there, I was not impressed by that. But what I did say is, I'll go with the majority of the community, the people that are present, the people that it impacts. And that's the reason why I said go speak with them. And if they support it, because they're the ones who's gonna be directly impacted by it. But the people that were there that lived on that street, there were probably, I think Mr. Daly, who also ran for office, he was in support of it. But there were several people that lived directly on that street that were not in support of it.
I have nothing further.
No question.
My next witness is Mr. Ian Rett.
Hello. Mr. Ritt, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give?
Sorry, I was looking up for the voice.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rett. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Ian Rett.
And what is your current address, Mr. Rett?
4600 Cato Road.
Okay, and how long have you lived at that address?
Since June 2016.
Okay. I understand you're a California transplant.
That's correct.
Okay, what part of California did you move here from?
San Francisco most recently.
Okay, and why did you select that part of town to live in?
I had, a few years before I moved there, entered into an agreement to buy 30 acres to develop a eco-village. And I fell in love with the area because of its natural setting.
Okay, what do you mean by natural? What part of the natural, or about the natural setting of the area did you like?
Well, I have 6 acres and it's basically woods. It's like gorgeous.
Okay, were you in support of this proposed zoning change?
I was opposed to the zoning change until the March 2025 meeting. Then I had an asterisk.
And what does that mean, an asterisk?
Yeah, so I firmly believe in Nashville Next and the long-range plan.
And now, before you explain to us what Nashville Next is.
Sure. Every 40 years or so, we come up with a long-range plan. Our current long-range plan that we're operating under is Nashville Next. It was ratified in 2017, and it outlines where we want to grow and what we want to preserve. And it was the result of thousands of meetings and the artifact of all those meetings and the collective agreement of what we want as the future of Nashville was codified into that document.
How did District 1 fit into the Nashville Next plans?
Well, District 1 is the largest land mass. It also has the largest amount of tree canopy currently in Nashville. And so in the growth and preservation map, most of District 1 is earmarked for conservation.
Okay. And is any particular kind of conservation it is earmarked for?
Well, preservation of natural, the T2 rural maintenance policy, which is where most of this area, is intended to preserve its natural state.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Moses state that he had acquired the property?
I did. That was the thing that had me reconsider my position in that March meeting.
And how so?
The IR property on that corner has been there since 1995, and it presents a threat to the industrialization of that area. And that threat has been mitigated by the fact that you cannot turn left on Ashland City Highway. So the implication that that the adjoining property was owned and would allow egress meant that industrial use by right would be unlocked. And so then the question is, if you can turn left on there and there's no restriction, there is an already by right use of that industrial zone property, that left turn would unlock the industrial use of that property, which is why it's been vacant for 40 years. So when it was presented in that meeting that that property was owned by Best Brands, that presented a threat in the sense that it meant that IR property could be sold to someone else and use it, and that because of the virtue of that adjoining property being owned, it would allow egress and therefore open up the nefarious possibilities of industrial zone in a part of Nashville that is largely woodsy. Across on this side of Ashland City Highway and Briley, north and west is almost all green.
Did you ever follow up to see if Mr. Moses had acquired the property on the date that he said he had?
I have asked several times, yes.
And how did you inquire, or where did you inquire?
I texted him. I have had a conversation. I met with him briefly after the March meeting to sort of express that if he owned that property, then it's a different conversation for me.
And what did he say?
He said he has indicated that he has owned that property since the March 21 meeting.
So after the meeting, he continued to represent to you that he had acquired that property.
That was the implication, yes.
As of March 27, 2025.
Yeah, that's what he said in the meeting. And then in subsequent conversations, I've been asking him for documentation of that, to say, do you have a bill of sale or a contract sales agreement or title? In that March 20 meeting, he said, well, it's been done, it just needs to get caught up, because we said, oh, it's not in Parcel Viewer, we're looking in Parcel Viewer, and that change hasn't been effected. He said, well, things they take time. So the implication was that the deal was done.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Ian, the last name is?
Rhett.
Rhett.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rhett, you check the Register of Deeds website from time to time?
I do frequently, yes.
And it's pretty easy for somebody to look at that website and figure out who owns what, isn't it?
That's correct.
So what sense would it make for Mr. Moses to try to tell people he owns something that was not yet closed and on that website?
Are you asking me to speculate why he would make a statement like that?
I guess I am. That's probably a bad question for
It might be a bad question for you to answer.
It would be to persuade you to be for his development. Is that what you said?
My support of this project is contingent on his ownership of that adjacent parcel.
I see. Okay. Now, sometimes we get involved in semantics, don't we? If he said that was under contract,
I have been very.
Would that have made a difference to you?
Would have made a difference to me. My request for him was to document his transaction.
Document his transaction.
Yeah. Show me that you have a signed agreement.
Okay. Were you here this morning when he testified?
Yes.
Did you hear him say that he had a contract and that the only holdup was some deed restrictions and so on?
Yeah, I heard him say that.
Okay. Would that not indicate that he's on a clear path to ownership of that property?
It's been 6 months.
Pardon?
It's been 6 months.
I understand, but sometimes it takes years to close.
Well, that's true. And I will say that my expectation was set by Ryan in that meeting when he said, well, it's done and it just takes some time for things to work through the system. That was my impression, was that it was done.
Okay. But apparently, what I'm hearing from you is, if that sale closes, whenever it does, then you're in favor of the
I think that of all the possible uses, and this has been my position, that of all the possible industrial uses, that Best Brands would be the best situation under all those things, assuming that egress situation had been resolved.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Ray.
Hi.
I have the same question I've asked all the witnesses,
Sure.
essentially, but have you ever spoken with Councilmember Kimbrough or heard her speak about negotiating the community benefits agreement in any amount.
Have I heard her mention this agreement?
This community benefits agreement.
I don't recall her, I don't recall her making statements about the amount or bringing that forward, no.
Okay, thank you.
You emphasized in your answer to Ms. Young, this agreement. Have you spoken to Councilmember Kimbrough about any community benefits agreement of any sort?
No, I haven't been aware of any other community benefits agreement with Councilmember Kimbrough.
Okay.
I have nothing further.
Any other questions of this witness?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. My next witness is Mrs. Kimbrough.
Councilmember Kimbrough, do you solemnly swear or affirm?
I'm just gonna hear my phone straight.
Madam Chairman, before that is, I understood this morning.
1 second, can you get the mic?
I understood this morning that the instructions were that if the witness was not on the list, they couldn't testify. Is that still the case?
The parties can testify.
Whether they're on the list or not?
That is my understanding, yes.
That's how the board has
That's how we
conducted
yes.
its meetings and, hearings and have not applied that requirement to the parties themselves.
In fact, your rule says that unequivocally.
The parties can testify and they.
Well, I'll read directly from the rule. This is what we went by as provided to us. And it states unequivocally, both parties have the right to testify. Can't be any clearer.
Yes, they have the right, but according to the rules, they have to be on the list to testify.
That is not how the board has operated. I understand it may be confusing, but we've been doing this for many years and the parties may testify.
Councilmember Kimbrough, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Kimbrough. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Joy Kimbrough.
Okay, Mrs. Kimbrough, what is your current address?
Ooh. I don't like giving out my address.
Okay.
District
You live
1.
in
I live
District
in
1?
District 1,
Okay.
yes. But I have a few addresses in District 1.
How long have you lived in
I was
District
born
1?
in District 1.
Okay, were you raised in District 1?
I was reared in District 1 and attended every public school in District 1.
Okay. Where'd you go to college?
I got my
I'm
back.
sorry, can I get you to move your mic in front of you? You can move that.
Is that better?
physically. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I received my bachelor's in chemistry from Tennessee State University. I received my master's of science degree from Cumberland University.
Were you at the top of your class?
I was at the top of my class. I received my law degree from Southern University.
Any honors there?
I was a managing editor of Law Review.
Okay. What else?
What else?
Police
that's-
officer?
I've been a police officer and
Okay.
graduated top of my class.
Thank you, thank you. Have you ever made any demand for Mr. Moses?
That is so frustrating. That is so frustrating. I have never, ever demanded any money from him. I haven't asked him for any money. I haven't asked him for anything. We have meetings where we serve food to the people. I've never even asked him for food. I've never asked him for anything, nothing. Advice, nothing. I've never asked him for anything.
Okay. let's talk about how this saga began, so we can give some context to it.
Yes.
Okay. There was a request Mr. Moses made of the Metro Planning Commission regarding this property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you tell the body what that was about? First of all, when did it happen?
That was in May of 2023, before I was elected. But just examining documents, I know that he appeared before the Planning Commission, and reviewing their notes, I know that he was unanimously turned down.
And that would have been on May 25th, 2023, correct?
That sounds correct. It was May of 2023.
Okay. And what was his next effort at getting this property rezoned?
I guess you would say recruiting Ms. Allen. She's a council member at large. She is now, and she was then.
Okay. And what do you know? What was her response to his request for the zoning legislation?
Well, she tried to help him, but her ultimate response was a denial. She advised that she was going to withdraw the legislation, and she did.
Okay.
And she said she was going to do so without public comment. She said the community was not supportive.
Okay. And this is in this exhibit. Can you make it bigger? Okay. And she wrote a letter to the district.
She did.
And in this letter, she states, "Dear neighbors, I appreciate all the time you've taken to attend meetings and provide feedback on the proposed warehouse and land swap with the church. I've been asked to at least get the proposal to the council floor to see if changes could be made to address the concerns of the community. After sending out the proposed substitute specific plan, incorporating conditions and restrictions discussed at the meetings, it is clear that there are still significant concerns about traffic and disturbance of the rural character that can't be worked out in the time remaining. I've informed the developers that I can't support moving forward and that I intend to withdraw tomorrow night without the public hearing. That will let the next council member take it up if there is interest. I appreciate how much you care about your community. Did you take it up?
I did.
And what was your ultimate response to the request?
Well, I took it up. Ryan Moses and his brother-in-law, Manuel Russ, reached out to me.
Do you recall the date?
It was within 24 hours of me winning. I know I hadn't been in 24 hours. Well, I actually hadn't been sworn in, but I had won my election.
Okay, and what was the date of the election?
The date of the election was, I believe it was May 3rd, 2023. And
August 3rd.
August 3rd. August 3rd, 2023. And I think that I know it was the very next day that I received 2 emails, one from Manuel Russ and one from Ryan Moses.
Okay, and you had a pretty significant win, correct?
I didn't have to go to a runoff.
Did not have, so you avoided a runoff because you got what?
You have to have 50% plus 1. And I think I had 4 opponents, but I know that I was able to move on without a runoff.
If I could just interrupt, Mr. Russ, did you have a pre-existing relationship with Mr. Russ?
I did. Manuel Russ and I think it's referenced in some of those emails. You may see some unfamiliar names, and I'm not trying to put a lot of light on that because I thought about that later. Those really are clients. But I may have represented them, and one in particular I represented at trial. I think that was a double homicide. And they may have gotten him, they may have found him guilty on the gun or something. And I know Manuel Russ handled the appeal and did a pretty good job and was sent back.
So you were professional colleagues?
with Mr.
Yes,
Russ.
and we
Okay,
have
thank
had
you.
more than one case where we represented the same people,
Okay, thank you.
sir. Yes.
Did that have anything to do with this phone issue that they keep talking about, turn out phones?
Well, I believe the ethical board, and I know Metro Legal was misled by the way they interpreted that, but I think that was purposefully done the way they laid that out. They laid it out to lead one to believe that I was at community meetings demanding phones. That was not true. There was a time that Ryan Moses came to my office, and when he came, he had his brother-in-law and another young man with him. They came to the office, and we actually discussed briefly the clients, and well, at least one. I don't know if we talked about two, but I said this. I did say this. I said, "Wait, hold up, turn off your phone." I'm just like that about my clients and phones, and I know about wiretaps, and I'm just like that. So I said, wait, hold up, turn. It was kind of like we were even laughing about it, but I was serious too, like turn off your phone. So it was that, but they led it, the way they laid it out was like I'm at community meetings saying, give me your phone. You can't bring your phone in here.
Did that ever happen?
No, it's never happened. It's never happened that I was at a community meeting and demanded anybody's phone at any time. That's not true.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you received this email, this congratulatory email from Mr. Russ, correct?
Correct.
And you received that congratulatory email on August 4th.
Yes.
And in this email, he says, I just finished up the appeal on Woods. Is that one of the things you're talking
Yes.
about? This past week, and to be honest, I still don't know exactly what all was going on just from the transcript, but we'll see how it turns out. Hopefully, like James Simpson, was that another mutual client?
Yes, I wish you wouldn't keep saying it. I'm not trying to.
But I'm not sure we've got any issues there as good as James. Anyway, I wanted to introduce you to my brother-in-law, Ryan Moses. He's CC'd on this email. He was working with the prior council person on a zoning issue for a property that the family business owns on Ashland City Highway and Bradley Parkway. He wanted to reach out to you about it and update you on where things are. Nothing like hitting the ground running. Rats again, correct?
Yes, he sent me that, and then Ryan sent me an email, and at some point we met, and I was new, and while I knew somewhat, I was vaguely familiar of the history involving Best Brands. I didn't really I wasn't obsessed with it or anything, because there was a lot coming at me at one time once I was elected. There was just a lot going on. So this was my first time, and I was kind of like a deer in the headlights, because it was a last minute decision. The other candidates had been running. They had already met these people. I kind of jumped in the race late. So I was trying to get my bearing, and I just thought that was the correct thing to do. At least that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be fair to any potential developer. I wanted to be fair to the community, and I wanted to involve the community in all decisions. And in fact, that was one of my campaign promises that I've kept to date. There will be no rezoning without a community meeting. I have to have community input. So yes, I allowed him, I set up the meeting, and I allowed him to meet with the community.
Right.
Yes.
And then ultimately, you received an email from Mr. Moses, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you had this email from Mr. Moses where he's trying to tell you about his business, et cetera. He's a fourth generation entrepreneur, and he's a fourth generation Nashville based company distributing liquor, wine, and beer, and et cetera, correct?
Yes, he did.
All right. Did he? And what happened after that? Did you, in terms of your interaction with Mr. Moses, specifically, he sent you an email requesting an in-person meeting, correct?
I obliged him on those requests, you know, like meeting, and also when he wanted to host a community meeting. So I did that. After the first one, it was unsuccessful for him. And
What do you mean by that? It was unsuccessful?
the community was opposed.
Okay, how did they express their opposition to his proposal?
I mean, they would discuss it, they would ask questions, and Best Brands would respond. And I think initially the church was more involved. They were coming to the meetings as well, and they would speak.
Which church?
I think Church of the Living God.
Right.
Okay. So they would come, the representative would come and speak. Best Brands, and I think at that time he had another guy working with him, Chip. He came as well, at least for the first meeting. I can't remember everything about the second, but he requested a second meeting, and he explained that he really wasn't able to get his bearing for that first meeting, and so he asked for a second meeting. Then at some point, he sent me an email to say, I think he was trying to recruit, you know, like leaders or elected officials in the community, because a lot of times when you're not from the community, you don't really know people in the community. So all you do is reach out to elected officials to try to get them to get involved or sway voters or whatever. Not voters, people, council people and constituents. So he had sent me an email, something regarding, he had spoken to Howard Gentry and he'll be at the meeting that night. But I never, it's like a practice of mine, and you'll see that probably throughout emails and all. I don't like to say, oh good, or oh, because I don't ever want to seem like I'm with a developer over the community. So I never support pretty much ideas you're excited about, because I don't want you to think that I'm on board with that too. I'll just move on. I may answer another question, yeah, 6 o'clock or something like that. But I want speak on your advancements, because as a community, we need that. Our district needed that. We needed trust. We needed to build trust. And that's just the way I was approaching things.
All right, you indicated that he sent you an email, and here's an email from him. We pre-marked as an exhibit dated October 11th, 2023. I use the pronoun him. I'm referring to Ryan Moses. And this is
Mr. Keller, can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Another example was like that November text when he's saying, asking me about community. I don't like to advise or say, okay, yeah, do this or do that. I don't like to do that because I want the community to trust me and I want to build that trust. So I don't respond to stuff like that. Okay, come on.
You talked about him reaching out to other people. Here is an example of what you're talking about, I think, and you can correct me wrong, and that is a question. He says that, hi Joy, I wanted to follow up from our last meeting. We've engaged with Ian Redd. He seems to be going out of his way to not meet with Chip. He originally said his first available meeting was 2 weeks from when we called, and proceeded to cancel the meeting of, and now has proposed a meeting a week from today. 2 weeks after cancel, hopefully we will be able to meet with him and focus. And he goes on to say, in the last paragraph, given our progress and the potential for positive outcomes, would you consider supporting our proposal to resubmit the SP we developed with Berkeley last term? We generally value your guidance and are eager to understand how we can further align our efforts with your vision. At this point.
So something like that, I would have never agreed. When people say, will you agree to support it? Even today, I don't do, everything has to go before the community. And if you look in that top paragraph where he's referencing Ian Redd, I met Ian early on. He was very involved. He had a list of the Cato neighbors or whatever. So my response to him would have been, go talk to Ian Redd and that group, see what Cato's saying. And just like Kimberly Shaw, who was here earlier, if it's anything over there on Abernathy, I tell the developers, go talk to them. If it's in Bordeaux Hills, go talk to Ruby Baker and those people. You know, kind of talk to them on your own first and then come to me. Before, and this is something else you have to, the reason I have to do that as well is because District 1 is the largest district. So I have to deal with Jolton issues, Whites Creek issues, Bordeaux issues, Scottsboro issues, and then even a little bit of that 37207 Ewing Lane area. So it is so large and there's so many issues and diverse concerns and all, and I have to deal with all of that. So if I can find someone in the community that you can speak to first, it helps, and it helps me too. It kind of takes some of the work off of me. Yes.
And you said you tried to accommodate Mr. Moses by inviting him to a meeting.
I did.
Okay, and you invited him. Whoops. Can you? It. Thank you.
I think that's the first meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Did Mr. Moses make a presentation to the community?
He did.
Okay. And what was the outcome of his presentation?
The community was against it.
Okay. Was there a vote held?
Probably early on. That's probably the way I handled things.
Early on?
Do a vote, yes.
Okay. So he was voted down by the community, correct?
Yes.
All right. And after that, you indicated that he sent you a text trying to enlist, or indicating he had enlisted Howard Gentry, correct?
Yes.
And that was by way of text?
Yes.
Exhibit 3.
Well, maybe it was email. No, that's text. Okay. Now, yes, that would have been getting ready for the second meeting.
Okay. And you had a second meeting shortly thereafter, correct?
I did.
And do you recall the date of that meeting? January 25th?
Yes, yes, that sounds correct.
Okay. And did Mr. Moses make a presentation at that meeting?
He did.
What was the outcome of that presentation?
We took a vote twice. We took a vote and they voted him down. And then I took another vote. I said, let's do a vote with the people who live, because at first I was just taking general District 1 votes. And like I told you, that's a large area. So I took another vote. I said, if you live in that area, you know, whatever. And they voted him down again.
Okay. And at this point, at some point you received a text or an email from Mr. Nick Leonardo regarding this matter, correct?
I did. Now, Nick Leonardo, he had been the previous, not right before me, but he had been a District 1 council person, Nick Leonardo. He's also an attorney, so I know him professionally as well. And he's a legal analyst for Channel 5. So he sent me an email, a text, to let me know that there's no support for this project. There's no support of it. He said, if you do this, you're done. I know that's in there. I never forgot that. He said, if you pass that rezoning on Ashland City Highway, you're done. He meant Y-O-U''. But he was saying, you're done. He said, there's no support. And because Miss Bell and Mr. Gentry had been there, he pointed out they've never been to a meeting. I think somebody else talked about people coming that you've never seen before. They hadn't, well, I don't know. Bell I think at that point either one of them had. And then he said, they are getting paid. But let me say this. I didn't think for a second that they were getting paid or anything. That's just something Nick says. he'll say, oh, so-and-so's getting paid, or so-and-so's getting paid. And in fact, Nick is known for this. He says it, he said it to other people. He'll say people in Bordeaux will do anything for a pack of now laters and bag of weed. He says that all the time. So when he says something like they're getting paid, I don't give it any credit because I know how he talks.
I don't know if you're going to get into this, but what was Nick Leonardo's involvement with it at this point? Why, maybe I missed it, but why is he sending you this text?
He wasn't at the meeting. And when I left, I didn't tell them no flat out, you know, after the vote. I hadn't sent out an official decision. So he probably thought she's thinking about it, she's contemplating. I remember people were worried. They thought I was going to be swayed because elected officials were there. So, you know, I'm new and they're thinking, oh, that's going to have an impact. That's going to have, you know, they're going to have influence on Joy. So people were worried that I may approve it. They didn't really know me, but they thought I may approve that. So he was saying, if you do that, you're done. He meant done in the district, and that these people never been there and that they're getting paid. He was trying to, now ultimately I do, but it's not, deny them, but it's not based on that. It wasn't based on that.
All right, you contacted Mr. Moses and Mr. Holworth, person you would identify as Chip.
I did. I sent them an email.
And what did you convey to them in that email?
Let me see. You know which exhibit?
It's number 5 in your notebook.
I don't see the numbers.
Let's see the tabs. Let's see. I'm not sure.
You don't see 5? Hand me my books, at you, please. Right here. Right here. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Try this one.
All right. I responded on January 29th, 2024. This was after their second meeting. I said, Ryan and Chip, over the last few days, I have been in deep thought regarding your proposal. You guys have done an outstanding job in presenting your vision. Unfortunately, the bulk of the community and the Planning Commission do not approve of your proposal. I have been unwavering in my commitment to carry out the will of the people of District 1, and therefore will be unable to support legislation for your rezoning request. I wish you the absolute best with all of your future endeavors. Sincerely, CM Joy Kimbrough, District 1.
What was his response?
He called me.
What did he say?
He was hot. He was very he was very upset. He called me and he said, I can't believe you denied us. He said that he was going to open up Cato Road and there'd be trucks coming in and out, and like, he just kind of snapped and he was just very upset on the phone. I was trying to calm him. I said, okay, I understand. We hung up the phone. He called me back and apologized. He said, I'm sorry, you know, I just wasn't expecting that. He said, my wife told me to leave it alone. And I think at that time he told me he was out of town, out of the state. But that was pretty much it. He was just very upset And then he called back and apologized.
And what did he do after that? Did he contact you again?
He did end up contacting me again because he wanted to meet and talk to me again. And so I allowed him to come to my office, but I had a friend, Mario. I called Mario, who had worked like in security and all, because I just didn't know what his state of mind would be. Because he was kind of up and down, hot and cold. That took me aback. No developer had ever acted that way before or since. No one had behaved like that. So I called Mario over to come over as well. And he came, and I think that's the time he had his brother-in-law and another friend with him. And then Mario came.
All right, and following that meeting, you were...
But nothing happened. It went
Let me just
smoothly.
interrupt. Was the brother-in-law of Mr. Russ?
Yes.
Okay, your professional colleague?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And following that meeting, you received an email from Mr. Russ, correct?
I did.
And in that email...
He's mentioning 2 other attorneys because we were talking about an even higher appeal. And he also mentioned that it was good to see me, good to talk to me the day before. And, wait, let me see over here. Which exhibit is that?
Number 8.
8, okay. Okay, and he was just saying it was good to see me, and hopefully the need to move at some point. He was talking about Best Brands at that time, and he said, I really think that the people who show up to those meetings only show up to complain, but that's why they're paying you the big bucks these days to solve these people's problem. And then let me know if you need Josh or Will's number.
Now, at some point in time after you received this email from Mr. Russ, you and the community members attended a Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, correct?
We did.
What was that about?
It had been a while since I had seen them. I'd kind of stopped communication. The community, there was a church that wanted to build on Ashland City near Briley Parkway on the other side. And the church did not need my permission because they get this special exception. So it's not like they have to come through the council or anything. But the community was against it. They didn't want it. So I was just trying to do what I could to let the BZA know the Board of Zoning Appeal, know my position, where we stood, and the impact that this is not really a rezone, this exception would have on the community if allowed to build. So a big group of us went down to the Board of Zoning Appeals. I think they were meeting somewhere special. It wasn't the normal place. But anyway, we went there, and when I walked in, I was about to walk to my seat, and Ryan jumped out and said, "Hi, Joy." It just kind of startled me. And at the time, at first, I didn't know who he was, because I didn't really know him. I'd met him, but I didn't know who he was at first. And, but it was just startling and bizarre. And he had nothing on the agenda or anything. He just popped up. And when I was leaving, I think I was talking to Ian outside. He was part of that group when we all went down. And I think Ian said, "Did you see Ryan Moses?" I said, "That's who that was." I didn't realize, it didn't click at first who he was. It was just some man jumping out. And I never forgot that. It was just odd and bizarre.
Okay, and Senator Gilmore indicated that she was contacted by the Moses family.
She did.
And did she contact you?
She did. She did by text, but she had also called me as well and told me that they were asking her to talk to me about a rezone. Yes, so she did send that, but she also called me as well, and I told her that the community was against it, because at 2 times with me, by that point, they had turned him down, and the planning commission also turned him down, Berkeley Island, you know the history, but I was just telling Senator Gilmore that there's no support there, and I was not inclined to do it.
And that's exhibit number 9 in your notebook, by the way.
Okay.
Okay. And then at some point after that, you get you're contacted by Nick Leonardo.
Yes.
Okay, and he's a former District 1 council person, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Mhm, okay.
Exhibit 10 and 10.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Leonardo contacts you, and he has.
Oh, yes, okay. Sorry. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, and he sends you a text on October 1, 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he has a picture attachment to the text, correct?
Yes, he did. Now, what he did was, now at that time I didn't know what it was, but it was
And you speak in the mic.
At that time I did not know what that was, but it was a picture of, he didn't show me the entire picture, but just that part of a community benefits agreement. And he circled, that's not my circle, he circled prior to texting the portion that stated, create a corporate 501c3 named the Brenda Gilmore District 1 Community Foundation. And then Best Brands at a minimum will fund $30,000 per year for 5 years. So he sent that, and he stated, do not disseminate because this is Turtle, and I assume he meant attorney-client privilege. I'm pretty damn good if I say so myself. And then he went on to say that would be the largest gift anyone's ever given to District 1 for rezoning. And then he ended by saying, I'm going to get this shit done.
Okay, and this is from Nick Leonardo, correct?
Yes.
All right, now, he has this proposal for what you learned is a community benefit, correct?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with that?
No.
Did you ever ask him for it?
No. No. Because I left Best Brands at a no. I mean, it was over. I was done. Even when he sent that, I never gave him any inclination that I would be revisiting this. It was done as far as I was concerned. And he told me at that point, and that's how Nick did say that they had hired him, and he also said that the mother, Miss Marlene Eskin Moses, was going to help him get a judgeship. That's what he said.
Okay, that may have answered my question, but my question, Councilmember Kimbrough, was between January 26th of 2024, when Nick Leonardo sent you this text saying, if you pass that rezoning on Ashland City Highway, you're done, there's no support. He's referring to the Best Brands rezoning. Okay, so on January 26th, he says, basically, you're done if you do this, there's no support.
Yes.
But then on, where's the date of this? October 1st, 2024.
He changed his mind.
So you're saying between January, when he first said, if you do this, you're done, and October, when he sent you this screenshot of the community benefit agreement or proposal, you're saying that he had been hired by Best Brands.
Yes.
And someone was going to help him get a judgeship.
Yes, he had been hired. The mother was going to help him get a judgeship, and he's telling me he's telling me I'm the council person.
Right.
And he's telling me he's going to get this shit done. That's what he's saying.
Those are his words.
Yeah, I see. Thank you.
Now, Mrs. Young just noted the change in tenor of Mr. Nick Leonardo.
Right.
Now, as of this change of heart, as of October 1, 2024, he's getting paid now, correct? Because he has a turtle client, as he put it, relationship, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I even asked, I said, what are they paying you? He said, they're paying me like an attorney, you know, hourly. And he mentioned someone else they had approached that that they tried to hire. But he said, but I guess that must have been far more, I don't know. But he said they're paying him an hourly rate.
Okay, now you were contacted by someone else on the Best Brand behalf.
Yes.
And who is this person?
Now that's actually Vincent Dixie. I've had his number for, he was also a bondsman before he was a state representative. So we had worked in the same building. He was doing bonds. I had an office over there on Gay Street. And so that's just, I had saved him in as, you know, so you kind of know who it is. Vincent Bondsman just helped me better. So yes, that's Vincent Dixie.
Okay, and what was his request at this time? I'm sorry.
Well, prior to that, Vincent had asked if I would allow Best Brands to, and Nick Leonardo did too. But I had told Nick no, I was done. I'm not doing it. I'm done with them. Then I don't know, maybe they started pressuring Vincent. So Vincent started asking, Joy, just let them have a meeting. Just do that for me, just a meeting. Let them have a meeting. And I told him no repeatedly. And actually, if you look on the video, that's explained at the meeting. That's explained at the meeting. That March 27th meeting, it's explained that he kept asking and kept asking. But he asked, and eventually, because Vincent and I had a good kind of like working relationship in District 1. He was a state representative for a portion of District 1. And he had helped me, things I was trying to do for the community. I'd set up Real ID event. I did a couple of them, and you have to do that through the state. I have an older community, and a lot of them don't like going down to the state to get your Real ID and license and all. And I thought it'd be nice if they could come to the community. So Vincent was instrumental in helping me do that. And Erica Gilmore, who lives in District 1. She did the other part for the tax freeze and all. And we just had a couple of events. Princess Chicken gave us the chicken. It was really nice. But he had helped me before. So when he when he asked and kept asking, I just really kind of extended a courtesy that I regret. But I let them come back again.
Okay, and you said you let them come back again. You were
Best Brands.
Best Brands.
Mm-hmm.
And you let them come back again to do what?
Present.
They made another presentation.
But I tell you this, I did ask him what's different. I did say what's different. And he told me that they had this new proposal. And somewhere along the way, they told me that Best Brands had, I don't know if they said purchase, acquired, whatever the technical language was, but now they own that parcel of land that they had been trying to get rezoned. They were trying to rezone the church's property, is what we've been talking about. But my understanding is they finally own that. So that kind of helped warrant a meeting as well. Mm-hmm.
But at the time of the meeting, as we've heard, they did not own it, notwithstanding their representative.
Yes, no, they did not own it. But yeah, so he asked, and I'm glad this came up because this was something they alleged in their complaint that they were, and I don't know what they mean when they say they're supposed to go first. There is no order. I don't even have to hold a meeting. I don't have to do any of that. You know, some council people just make decisions. You don't have to hold a meeting. I do though, but there's no order like you're first, you're second, you know. But Vincent had reached out and asked me previously if they could go last. And I said, okay. And then I guess before the meeting, he texted me and said, hey, Joy, can you do a huge favor? Can Best Brands be the first to, he put present, he meant present. He said, I have another event I need to attend this evening. And I told him, I said, you told me to put them last. I told the lady who wants to rezone her residential property that she could go first. And then he said, will she be controversial? They didn't want to come behind anybody controversial. So I said, I certainly hope not. I plan to rezone her property because she had been there before. And he said, okay, if you can let us go second. I let them go second that night. They didn't go last. They went second. First was a man, I think his name was Garcia. He was trying to do a rezone on Ashland City, some apartments on Ashland City at Clarksville Pike. We didn't take a vote, but it was a no. And I sent him an email. Nobody throws a fit and stuff like that but Best Brands when you tell them no. But so we didn't take a vote on that. Next up was Best Brands. They were second that night. That's not true when he said they were supposed to go first and I put them last. While they were doing their presentation, because it was going on and on and on, I said, this may have been an hour into it. I said, these people have been sitting here patiently. Let's listen to them. So they did their presentation, sat back down, and Best Brands finished up. But Best Brands went second. That's misleading when they put that in their complaint. But I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to soil me. So I know what they were trying to do. Okay.
Now, and you gave them another opportunity.
Yes.
A third opportunity to make
yes.
a presentation, as you termed it, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. And what was the outcome?
Oh, at that meeting, now that's the meeting, and you've heard the people talk about it. That's the meeting where they brought people that we've never seen before. And I really, and I reviewed the tape. That's something else. There is a tape.
This is the March
27.
2025.
Something else they said, now they never said, Joy said, they didn't say that directly in their complaint, their original complaint. They didn't say that Joy said there's no tape. They just insinuated that I said it. They put in there that normally, routinely or whatever, she records the meetings, and there was no recording of this one, or either it was, and they put in quotes, accidentally deleted. They've never asked me. Now, they didn't come out and say in their complaint that they would, but that's the way you would take it. They were trying to lay the foundation that I was doing little crooked things. That's what they were trying to do, make me look bad. But there was a tape that evening. I never tape the meetings. It's not up to me. Our school board rep, Robert Taylor, we meet at his church most times. Sometimes he does, sometimes he does not. This time he did. And there is a tape. But no one has ever asked me for a tape or anything. That was very misleading and untrue. So, and I want to tell you why I don't really do that, but we've met in Jolton. We have to meet sometimes in Scottsboro. We meet down the street on Clarksville Pike. Three places on Clarksville Pike. Cathedral of Praise, 4 places. We've met at the Bordeaux Library, because we don't have a community center in District 1. We've met at the Bordeaux Library. We've met at the church. We've met at Hobson Church. We've met at Cathedral of Praise. We've met at the Scottsboro Community Center. We've met at Jolton, a Baptist church there, then another venue in Jolton. We've met so many places, it would be impossible for me to record the meetings or to ask that they be recorded. I never ask. And you can't go online and find a Joy Kimbrough meeting. It's just, that was very misleading and untrue. But it just so happened that meeting was recorded.
Were you ever asked by anyone affiliated with Best Brands whether there was a recording of the March 27, 2025 meeting?
No.
Were you ever involved in a conversation where there was discussion about how it had been recorded, but it had been deleted or accidentally deleted or lost?
Absolutely not. No.
You never heard any conversation about that?
No. The first time, when I found out that there was a recording, was after he filed his complaint. And I was talking to Robert Taylor, and I said, I wish they had recorded the meeting. He said, I have a recording, I just found it, or something like that. Robert had a recording. I didn't, and I had never inquired. It's no reason. I've never inquired. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But that was just another. But even though technically he didn't say Joy Kimbrough said, that's what he was inferring. Go on.
Okay, now that meeting was adjourned. We're talking about the March 27th, 2025 meeting.
Yes.
Okay, now that meeting was adjourned without.
I got sidetracked. Yes. So we had that meeting, and at that meeting, there were a lot of people there. Some people that don't even live in the district. One man stood up and said, "We need something like this in 37208." We're not 37208. We're 37218. But he was saying we need something like that. So I reviewed the tape. And but there was this ongoing. It was kind of like a scared thing. Like either you do this, or this is going to happen. Something far worse, industrial use. They even had a list of industrial uses that would occur and that could happen with that RR zoning. And they had things like toxic this and that. They had that on a slide. So it was somewhat scary. But I want to make sure that you all understand this. It was no, he is working on the contract. It was none of that. He clearly said, I have acquired that property. That's one of the reasons people were afraid, because they thought he could kind of do with it what he want. He said 3 times, I've acquired the property. One man stands up and says, I live adjacent to that property. I'm the one that lives closest to it. He said, I just looked it up online and I don't see where you own the property. This is how I know that he knew what he was saying. He said they probably just haven't updated yet. That's what he said. He meant the online, the system, as if this was a transaction that had already occurred. That's on video. That's on tape. He clearly said that he owned that property. And that if it's not online, it's just because they haven't updated their system. So much so that I went to the property assessor's office to see, hey, do you have something lying around that you haven't put in there yet? Before I put the numerical in, I think it's 4,000 something for the church's property. And they said, no, it's the Church of the Living God, the trustees or whatever, they said that. But I was certain that that's what he said, he owned the property.
Okay, now, he called you after that meeting, did he not? On April 21st, 2025.
He called me all the time. And if you look at his exhibit 5, he has the calls in there, the call log. It's like he has 13 calls, and twice it shows me calling him, and they're like 1 minute. But he called, text, email. No one developer has ever reached out to me that much, ever. And wait, before I forget, let me just say this, something else he said in that complaint. He started by saying, Joy Kimbrough called my phone and demanded such and such. You can look at your complaint and see. He called my phone by his own records. I didn't call him. He called me that day. He called me. And the duration was 3 minutes. When he said, I made these demands, I didn't call him with some agenda. He called me out of the blue. He called me, and I just wanted to bring that up before I forget. Go on.
Thank you. And you're talking about their exhibit where he's highlighted 2 calls.
Yes.
It's a 3-minute call, correct?
Right. If you look at that 3-minute call, because if I call him, it'll say incoming. When he calls me, it says Nashville. But if I call him, it will say incoming. And I double checked with my own phone records, and I have it here on my phone if there's if somebody wants to dispute that.
Okay.
Okay.
Now on that incoming call that he highlights from you, weren't you giving a speech somewhere or speaking somewhere that night?
No.
Okay.
He called me. No, I wasn't.
On that 1-minute call?
No.
Okay, stand corrected. All right. So, he called you and on April 21st, 2025, and he wanted to talk about a community benefit before the next community meeting. What was that about?
I don't know why he was, for some reason, he wanted a deal in place before my next community meeting, the April community meeting, which had nothing to do with him, but he just, I don't know why. He just wanted a deal in place before my next community meeting. And he was stating that, you know, he wants a deal in place. He had asked me on several texts about what my idea of a good community benefits agreement would be, and he was just those type of questions.
Looks like he sends you a text on April 23rd, April 22nd, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Exhibit 18. 18. Okay. He contacts you and he says, Joy, just following up on your idea on what a good community benefit is to get this project moving forward. And that's April 22nd, correct?
Yes.
Did you respond to that text?
No.
Okay. Had you, up to April 22nd, 2025, ever contacted Mr. Moses about any kind of community benefit?
No, because in my mind, unless there was some type of miracle, he was going to get denied.
I just have a timeline question. At some point you met with Mr. Moses at his headquarters.
Yes, that was before.
That was, I thought that was April of 25, no?
It wasn't April 20, I think he's saying April 25th though, but that was earlier
Right,
in
I
April.
think it was like April 16th, 17th, or 18th, and you went with your daughter and.
Right, and that's, I'm glad you brought that up.
What was that conversation?
Right, that was not a meeting. That was not a meeting. He invited me over to tour the facility, to tour his warehouse that was over on Centennial. And I texted him and said, I'm bringing 3 people with me because they wanted to tour it as well. So that was not a meeting. And when I got there, it was me, it was my daughter, it was my goddaughter, Vincent Dixie was there, Ruby Baker was there, and we all went on a tour of the facility. He showed somebody, they were having a meeting in one room, and I think those were salespeople. We went to his uncle's office, saw it. We went to his office, saw the first dollar he ever made. It was a tour of the facility. That was very misleading too. That wasn't a meeting. That wasn't a meeting.
What was the purpose of the tour?
Just to tour the facility. He wanted me to see. I hadn't told him no yet. This is before I sent him the email.
Right, this is after the March 25th.
Yes,
meeting.
yes.
Okay.
He wanted me, and he had even, because I was a little reluctant to go at first, but I was kind of curious. But he had also told me that, he said Ian has toured the place. I thought, well, I'm just curious. And so we went and
And
toured.
there's no discussion of benefits,
No,
community benefits,
none
money,
whatsoever.
nothing.
We
Okay.
just went and toured the place. That was it.
Okay, he sends you another text on, again, April 23rd, and he's requesting to have something agreed upon before your meeting on Thursday, once again.
I don't know, because when I talked to him on the phone, he mentioned the meeting before Thursday as well. So I don't know the significance. I don't know why. I don't know why that was so important.
Okay, now, he calls you again on April 24th, 2025, correct? You may not remember this.
He called me a lot. He called me a lot.
On April 24, 2025 at 8:36 a.m. He calls you and he inquires about community benefits, and he tells you he can go higher.
He did.
Yeah.
Now I think that was on that 3 minutes. He said he did say that was just a starting point. I can go higher.
Did you ask him to go higher?
I have never asked that man for anything. I've never asked him for anything.
Can we, because this is new information for the board in terms of the exhibits, it's
Sure.
not an exhibit. and I'm just gonna just back up 1 minute. In this exhibit that you have here, it says he wanted to follow up with your idea of what a good community benefit would be. Did you ever suggest you had some thoughts or ideas about a community benefit, either when you're on the tour or at any
No,
time?
never. I think what he's asking is, what is your idea on a good community
Okay,
benefit?
okay. You hadn't said you had
No,
some
I have
ideas.
not said
Okay.
anything.
Okay.
And on that phone call, when he was saying this was just a start and that he could go higher, I told him that I could not agree on anything that has not been before the community.
Okay, so we're talking now about April 24, 2025. There was a telephone call. I don't know, I forget.
I think he
incoming or outgoing, I forget. He called.
He called
or-
me.
He called you.
He
Okay.
called me
And
several
can
times.
I just, I'm sorry, just to have the testimony again on what happened on that telephone call, which you said was, you have the record of it, it's 3 minutes? Okay.
Yes. Yes. He called me. I did not call him like he alleged, but he called me. He asked me about ideas for community benefits agreement. He said that he could go higher. He said he wanted something in place before Thursday.
That night.
That night. It was that
That
night.
night.
It was that night. Yes. He wanted something in place by that night. And I don't know. I wasn't really but that's the best of my recollection, what I recall.
And what did you say when he said he could go higher?
I don't know. I mean, I know at some point I told him I didn't feel comfortable doing anything without the community being involved, but I know what I didn't say. I didn't demand any money. I didn't ask for any money. I didn't solicit any money. I know that.
Do you recall in that 3-minute conversation the number $500,000
No.
being stated?
No. No.
He didn't say I could go as high as $500,000?
I don't recall him, but I wasn't like, I didn't know we'd be here one day and I need to pay attention to everything he said. I just remember him like he always did. He would always do that. Like he would call, he was just kind of worrisome. He would just call with things. I don't remember every call I've talked to him what he said. He had said a lot of stuff. But on that call, I know this. I did not request, I didn't ask him for anything, but he did say he could go higher. He said that was just a start. He did say that.
He said the 150
Was just a start.
And that he could go higher.
Yes.
And he wanted it resolved by the meeting that night.
Yes.
And so I want to make sure we're hearing your response to that. It was, I'm not comfortable going forward without getting input from the community. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not comfortable doing anything without input from the community. You know, you're talking about I can go higher. Any negotiation, anything that anything like that, it needs to go before the community.
Was there any discussion in that 3-minute phone call about control over whatever money was going to be paid into whatever account?
No,
foundation?
no.
No discussion of
No.
who would control it or anything like that?
No.
Okay, and then he follows up with a text.
In fact, let me just hit something else I just thought about.
Okay.
Because I don't want to forget this. Let me just say this. In his complaint, if you look, because he sent me some other text, and I respond to him because he sent me the one that says, no, he emailed me. He kind of emailed and was texting me at the same time. But he had emailed, you have that email. In that email, he said something about the, it's in his complaint, not his exhibits, but complaint. He has the email where I respond to him. And at the bottom, you have where he had emailed me. What exhibit is that? Do you know do you have the complaint?
Yes.
Just a complaint.
That's their exhibit, we didn't include it in ours.
No, I said the complaint.
It's their exhibit. Look in your.
Not as an exhibit.
Right, we
but-
have the complaint, the formal complaint.
Look in your stack, in the back. It's in the back.
Okay.
And are you referring to supporting documents that were attached?
No. Wait, I want the actual complaint.
It's in her. It's in her notebook.
Here, just take.
Yes.
You wanna take this?
Okay, that's
This is
fine.
a clean copy if you wanna just take this.
It's behind you. These exhibits, there, it's right there. There it is on top. Right there. Okay.
I don't want the exhibit. I want the original complaint.
That's the
Let's borrow
complaint.
her.
That's-
No, it's
Okay.
different. Let me. In his complaint that he filed,
The other way, maybe?
yes, ma'am.
The other way, I think.
Okay.
These are his exhibits, but if you turn the other way.
Okay. In his complaint that he filed, this is how manipulative they were. Down here, where he says, I really just need full understanding of your stipulations for the SP to discuss with my family. What organizations are you wanting this 500,000 community contribution to go towards? You are wanting it. He cut out the last two sentences that say something to the effect of, when do you want this paid? And is it before the rezoning, before the SP? And I'm gonna tell you why he left that off. Because it contradicts his claim in the complaint that there was a quid pro quo. That I said I wanted something immediately. And if he had left it the way it was, it wouldn't have withstood your scrutiny. So he took that out because it would contradict the immediate payment. So he left those two sentences off of his complaint, like other manipulations in his complaint about everything. I just thought of that. I wanted to bring that up. But that was done on purpose. Okay, I'm sorry.
I believe we have the full email in our exhibit, so.
Right, right, it's in the exhibit,
yes,
but I'm
yes.
just saying in the complaint,
Yes, yes,
when you all had to
understand.
look at it on its face,
We understand.
they left that out. Okay, because it would contradict his allegation.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry.
All right. He sent you a text on April 24th at 9:43 a.m. And he states, and I quote, "So I have full context to discuss with my family what charities are you wanting this $500,000 community contribution to go towards?" Where'd that come from?
His text?
Did you tell him that?
I'm telling you, and when I first, and let me tell you this, I think, is that the same night I was getting ready for my meeting?
That's April 24th.
Okay. First of all, I have two cell phones. I have one that I use for family and friends, and then I have another that I use for like Ryan and people, like, that sometimes I don't. So you can text me. Now I don't remember exactly what was on my mind if I even read those, because I did see on his sheet it had one that said read and then the rest didn't. I may go 2 days and never check this. I'm not saying that's what happened then. I don't remember, but I never responded to him. But when I did see that, I thought he was trying to say, like, this is an offer. Like, what charities do you want like, okay, I can go up. What charities do you want this $500,000 to go to? I thought he was making an offer. He said, so no, I'm thinking about the email, not that one. I don't know if I even saw that text. But it was like, what charities do you want this $500,000 contribution to go to? I thought he was trying to change the 150.
in the 3-minute conversation you had earlier that day,
Mm-hmm.
where you're not sure, but it sounds like it's possible the number 500,000, or when he said we could go up.
I know he said that.
That you testified to clearly, but we're just trying to understand how this is a result of that conversation. If there was
He said,
ambiguity about what was being said, what people were hearing, I mean, it's a very specific number. Where is this coming from hours after the conversation? Is there anything you can think of that could have been misunderstood?
you'd have to tell me where it came from. You'd have to tell me. I don't know where he got that from, but let me say this. I have always, since day one, since he gave that complaint, not knowing he was lying about recording or whatever, I've always said he was a liar. I have since day one with the department, I've always said this is not true. I have always said that. I don't know where he got $500,000 from. I don't know where he got it from. I don't know. But I do remember him saying I could go higher. He did say I can go higher than the 150. He did say that. And remember, he's calling me. My mind isn't ready to say, oh yeah, I want $500,000 right now, like he said in the complaint. He's calling me with an agenda.
He sent you another text?
He sent me several texts.
On April 24, 2025 at 3:18 p.m. And he says, I'm trying to sit down with my mom and uncle to go through this, but I need clarity to explain. Did you respond to that text?
I didn't respond to any of his texts.
He says, I just sent you an email too. Please answer as soon as you can so I can decide with my family for our company's future. You respond to that?
No, I didn't.
Now, on April 24th, you did have that meeting, correct?
Yes, we had a meeting at the church.
That's April 24th.
That had nothing to do with this.
I understand.
Yes.
But you did have a District 1 meeting. He was trying to get it done before that meeting, correct?
He did.
All right.
He said that.
All right. Next day, he called.
Excuse me, I'm going to just interrupt again. When you got these, and I hear your testimony that you may not even have looked at it, you have the 2 phones and you're very busy and you're preparing for the meeting, but do you remember when you saw the text? Do you remember your state of mind at that time? On the $500,000 offer, if you saw it as an offer?
The $500,000 that I saw in my email, when I saw that, I thought he was trying to say, like dangle a carrot maybe, like I can do this, he wants me to call or whatever. Then when I saw those, I started thinking, wait a minute, hold on. I didn't know if there was a misunderstanding or whatever. So I responded to him saying, you're confused by our conversation. I didn't want him to think that I had left the door open.
Okay. That's what I was wondering, if
Okay.
the number had opened the door for you.
No, I wanted to clear up any ambiguity or whatever. I wanted to make it clear that you are confused by our conversation. And I go on to tell him, that it's a no.
Right,
and
that's the next day.
Right.
But I'm just wondering about
Okay.
that day and at the meeting. So you didn't mention to the community that night that maybe new information, Best Brand may be able to provide more resources, no discussion of Best Brand on that April 24 meeting, on that Thursday night?
I had no intention of rezoning them. It was nothing else to talk about. The only little hang up, my only concern was, and I had gone to the, not assessor, the registrar of deeds. My only concern was, and I had talked to a couple of constituents about that, is what if he really does own it? He, that night at that meeting, now that was just with one individual, like after the meeting. It wasn't
a Cato Road resident that you
Yes,
spoke with?
yes. That was that night at the meeting. It wasn't like talking to the big crowd or anything. We had another agenda, probably 4 new developers, because usually we have 4 developers come every month because we have all the land. So we have 4 developers come. So that night, I talked to someone from Cato Road that said he doesn't own that property. He doesn't own that property. And I checked, I think we've all been routinely checking. And then even at some point, that's later on, I just, because I wanted it in writing from the Register of Deeds, whether or not he actually owned the property. But when, I don't know what else I did to ascertain, but someone had told me that. I guess I checked the computer. I may have called down there as well, just to make sure, because this was kind of big if he was telling the truth. And I didn't believe, it was hard for me to fathom that he just came in there and lied like that about, that's just not something you lie about. And in the audience that night was his mom, his uncle, who is his business partner, his brother-in-law, and I just felt like, now I know he didn't lie with all of them sitting there. I know they wouldn't kind of be a part of that. I didn't think they would be. But I found out, I know what happened. It just hit me. I called the owner of the land. I called him. And asked, did you sell your property? Or did did they buy it? He said, well, it's very complicated. I said, do you own the land right now today? And he said, yes. Yes. So I knew definitively they didn't own it. He didn't own it. So I sent him, and I was a little upset about that because he represented to the community that he did own it. I called Mr. Lockhart. He's the one that represents the church and that property. Yes, and I sent him that email.
Okay, that's what we're getting to.
Okay.
All right, on April 25th, 2025, as part of this timeline, he calls you again at 8:50 p.m. You don't answer. You finally respond on that day at 12:08 p.m. with an email.
Yes, I said, good afternoon, Ryan. And you know what? I'm responding to the email. I don't know if this time I knew about all the texts. Not at this time. I don't know if I knew he had sent all those texts.
Sure.
But I said, you're confused. No. I think I did because I realized what he was doing at that time. I said, good afternoon, Ryan. You're confused by our conversation. Still, I wanted to let you know that I've considered your and Nick Leonardo's proposal to the community. Also, over the last few weeks, I've considered the concerns of community members who are adamant that they do not want agricultural rezoned to industrial. I've also considered that planning unanimously voted down your rezone proposal. Additionally, last night at our community meeting, a Cato Road resident brought it to my attention that you do not actually own the property that you told the community you own. I have further investigated the claim. I will not be moving forward with a rezone for Best Brands Liquor Warehouse. There is simply no amount of money that your company can bring to the table that would change this determination. This decision is being made on behalf of the people of District 1. Thanks, Council Member Joy Kimbrough, District 1. And on that one, the last 2 sentences are in about the payment and upon successful completion of the rezone, those question marks. Those are the ones I said in his original one, he took them out.
Okay, so in this email, you advise him that you don't mince words here, do you? You tell him he's confused. You're telling him, you didn't say it.
Right.
And go ahead.
No, I was just saying I wanted to make sure that he understood that there is no negotiation. Because he had started putting numbers in there, and if he did, I don't recall him saying a number. I don't recall him saying a number. As I sit here today, I don't recall him saying a number. But I wanted to make sure that he understood there is no negotiation. There is no negotiation.
And after that email, they are denying him. This is how many times has he been denied this zoning change? He's bought this property, can't use it the way he wants to, and he's still trying to push this zoning proposal through, correct?
Yes.
And he keeps getting denied.
Yes.
Now, he contacts you after this, what, 5th, 6th, 7th denial?
Yes.
And he tells you.
He sends a lot of text. I mean, they're all in there. And maybe emails too, I don't know.
Sends you a text, says, your email doesn't make sense. It's a complete 180 from our conversation yesterday. That didn't happen. You didn't have a conversation with him about that, did you? Or did you?
Hold on, there's an objection, which is.
Testify.
Yeah, maybe this is direct, so maybe you can rephrase your question.
Did you ever tell him?
Can you speak?
Sorry, excuse me. Here he says your email doesn't make sense. It's a complete 180 from our conversation yesterday. Was it?
What do you mean?
Was it?
Oh, that's on the 25th.
That's a response to your email.
Okay.
Did you talk to him after the email?
I never talked to him again.
Okay.
He's just sending emails and texts. I never talked to him again. And then he started sending other people to me. I never talked to him again.
Okay.
But I just want to ask, what is your understanding of why he's saying, what did you understand his understanding of the conversation was? That he was seeing it as a 180-degree change?
I don't know if I was trying to, I just knew something was fishy. Something didn't smell right. But I don't know that I was just giving this the attention that I just wasn't giving it that kind of attention.
So if you were, because you explained, you've got various things, you're preparing for a meeting, you've got all this stuff, all
Right.
these communications coming in. If he had said in that, is it consistent with your memory that he could have said, I could go higher, could go up to $500,000?
I know he said I can go higher.
Right, and that I could go up to $500,000, would that do it? And could you have said, maybe?
No,
I don't know,
no.
Maybe if the district is interested, something that would explain.
I did
this
say
email.
that any change, any negotiations, anything about a community benefit has to go before the community. But I never,
Okay.
I never gave him the impression that I would be making some type of decision.
Okay, but it could be, because we do have these text messages which a person sent, within an hour or 2, 3, 4 the next day of a conversation that occurred. And we are trying to figure out what happened, what was stated, what was the intention, and so forth. And so we know he was talking about a higher amount, because that's your clear recollection.
He did say I can go higher. And he did say I want this done by Thursday.
Which was?
By the next meeting, I'm sorry.
Which
He said
was
by the
that
next
night.
meeting. Right.
So it sounds like it's possible. I'm asking you this question. Is it possible, he said, I could go higher, would $500,000 do it? And if you responded to his statement, I have to take it to the people of District 1. If you had responded that way, which is consistent with your testimony, couldn't he have understood that you were open to the $500,000, a larger amount to make it go forward? Just good faith, he understood from the conversation. He said I could go higher, maybe even, double, triple it, maybe $500,000. And if you had said anything has to go before the people, I'd have to take anything to the district, which is.
He said I can go higher. And I said any type of negotiation, not negotiation, any type of amendment or even negotiation, something to that effect, it would have to go before the community. I do not recall a specific
No.
amount, but if you say, did he say $500,000, $1 million,
Right.
$2 million?
Okay.
I guess, I don't recall it
Okay.
though, but I'm not,
Okay.
yeah, I don't.
Okay. But that could have led him to believe that you were open to at least taking it back to the community.
No, I was just talking to him, anything like that, because in my mind, I know I'm not rezoning this property.
I see.
I know I'm not rezoning this property. I wouldn't have given him hope.
Okay.
So, no, I say anything like that, I might play you off or something like that, but I don't do anything to encourage you and think that you can't play with him. Absent a miracle, especially after I found out he didn't own the property. I was done
Okay.
after I found out he didn't own that property.
Which was later that night.
Which was on the 24th.
Later that night at the community meeting.
Yes, and I'd had a conversation with Mr. Lockhart.
So just, I guess, for a definitive answer,
Mhm.
because I'm stuck on that too. When the conversation was had that said, I could go higher,
Mhm.
your response was not, yes, you could, nor was it, no, you cannot. But it was, I'd have to go to the community with it. Or I can't do anything, what you're saying, I can't do anything.
I know what you're
without-
saying. You're asking me to be very specific about that conversation in April. All I can tell you is he said he could go higher. He said he wanted something, some type of agreement before that evening. He said to go higher. I told him that anything, any change, anything like that would have to go before the community. I didn't say and I'm having I didn't lead him to believe we have another community meeting coming up or he can present at another community meeting. Not that. I was just, because I would not encourage him like that. I'm just telling him, responding to what he's saying about going higher. I didn't say, no, absolutely not, because I hadn't made an official decision at that point when he called me. I hadn't decided, I hadn't told him no at that point. I had not told him. That came before the email, not after the email. That's the way it went. But to know, I don't know, maybe he did take from that, it's still open. He could, I don't know. I don't know what his thought process was. I don't know, but I know what mine was. And I can't explain, I don't know, but I do know this. I know that every move they were making was to make sure, and I believe this, that was later on, okay. I do believe it is to get this zoning done by hook or crook. That's what I believe.
Okay. You got another text from him on April 25th, same day, 2025 at 2:44 p.m. And then he contacts you. And we know that what he tells you in this text is an absolute lie. He says,
yes, he said, I just listened to our conversation a few times with my uncle, and I'm not confused about the amount of proposition. Mm-hmm.
Did you respond to that lie?
After I sent him the email telling him no, I never responded to him again.
He doesn't give up, does he?
I never responded to him.
But he's calling you.
Yes, he called. It looks like he called twice and he texted twice.
That's inconsistent with what he says in his complaint.
It is. He said he had no further as he knew this was unethical, and so he cut off all communication with me. And then he texted and called me. He texted me twice more and called me 2 more times.
There's this, we talked about this earlier, and as part of his phone records, he highlighted a phone conversation for 1 minute on April 26th.
Yes.
Now, that is the day that you were speaking, correct, at that time?
No.
Was that at Woodmont Christian Church?
Oh, I did go on that day, yeah.
Okay. All right. And at the time of this accidental call, again, that's when you were speaking at the Woodmont Christian Church, correct?
I saw that he said I called him, and I just knew that I had never called him, intentionally that I know of. So I just went to the calendar to see, and that's when, I was just telling you that that's when Almeda was having their 85th anniversary over on Woodmont, and I spoke, and I didn't know how that could have happened, because I was there at that and I spoke.
Okay. Now, notwithstanding the fact he said in his complaint that he cut off communication with you, he calls you again on April 28th, 2025, is that correct?
Yes, he never stopped. He never stopped. The things he was saying in that complaint just were not true. He did not stop communication. He texted me twice again, and he called me twice more.
Okay, we're seeing here that he tried to reach out to you on April 28th, where he says he just tried to call you, notwithstanding what he says, correct?
Right.
He tries again the very next day.
And he didn't include that when he was putting all of his texts, all of those, he didn't include those two. He didn't include those.
But he says he cut off contact with you, correct?
He did say that.
I just want to make sure I'm following. So in the complainant's exhibit 5, I believe it is.
Mm-hmm. That's 5.
Yeah, exhibit 5, he has a series of calls between Ryan Moses and yourself, and the ones he's highlighted is the one on April 24th where he claims you demanded the $500,000, and that lasted for 3 minutes.
But he claims that I called him and demanded.
Correct. Yes, he claims that you called him, but this call log does show that he placed the call to you.
Yes.
And then on April 26th, there's a call highlighted where it looks like you called him, but you're saying that must have been like a butt dial because you were at a
there's no way
speaker.
I called him. I mean, intentionally.
Okay.
I didn't intentionally call him.
Okay.
And then in his complaint, though, he says, and I guess I'm just assuming when he says, and she tried to call me back, that wasn't on the same day of his last communication, but he says he cut off all communication after that, as I knew was unethical. That wasn't true because he does text me 2 more times saying that he's trying to call me.
All right. And it appears that after that last attempt at contacting you, on April 29th, 2025, he files an ethical complaint against you.
No, not in April.
I'm sorry, that's after April. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
It's in August.
Well, right, in August, in fact, August 19th, 2025, he files an ethical complaint against you, correct?
Yes.
And then again, as we know, he's claiming, and again, something that you deny, that you demanded money from him with the sole and exclusive right to control where he goes.
That did not happen.
And then there's some notion that you never denied it. Did you ever deny that?
That was Channel 5. That was Channel 5, and Channel 5, of course, and I think I've stated this before, Channel 5 knew about the complaint before I knew about the complaint. I didn't even know I had a complaint. Channel 5, and I guess we don't have to get into all that, but I know, and I've confronted them cross several times about the relationship with Nick Leonardo, because he's their legal analyst, and all of a sudden they're delivered the complaint. That was a plan to give that to Channel 5, and they were going to try to besmirch my name to go around me, and they did do that. They did do that because right before he filed the complaint, I talked to a council member. We were at the panel when the people were running for U.S. Congress, and that council member said, I've been approached by Best Friends. They're asking me to carry their legislation. After I told that council member that what I said definitively, shortly after that, this starts, well, not shortly, but within a few weeks, this starts happening. This is trying to get around me. It is really just a scheme, a plan, a ploy to get around me. That's what they want to do. And then, like I told you, he has his new lawyer calling me saying, hey, you need to give this to another council member. There's a conflict. They're trying to create a conflict and then say, we need a new council member.
Nothing further from this witness.
Is this your last witness?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We are going to, well, let's just see, we'll just see if there's any more questions for this witness. Yes, right, okay, fine. So, we're gonna take another courtesy break, 5 minutes? Or 10 minutes.
I was just thinking on that. I know, but
Okay.